will provide a professional development training for the Board of Trustees.
I'm going to begin before Dr. Holder jumps in and just welcome everyone. Thank you for your time. I certainly appreciate you all being here. We've been working on planning this and we had it scheduled and Dr. Holder was under the weather and we rescheduled that piece. We were able to do some of day 2. We did that at the ballpark. We had Mr. Flores and Mr. Fernandez, Joshua Fernandez, provide the board with some updates on our deferred maintenance, on several of the projects that we're working on across the 5 campuses, 6 sites total. We had Dr. Penley provide an update to the board on the strategic plan and where we are, get input from the board, which I think is wonderful. And we're really coming back today to really look and have Dr. Holder provide us an opportunity to really work with the board as a team, some policy governance items. We're going to have Dr. Smith come in after lunch, and I've asked Dr. Smith to join us for lunch if he can. But he's going to provide an update to the board on Senate Bill 37. There's some specific requirements that the board has to take part in with regards to Senate Bill 37. So Dr. Smith, I was able, Mr. Ortega was teasing me that I was able to pull Dr. Smith back in as he retired as our Vice President for Instruction and Workforce Education, gave him about 6 weeks off and then pulled him back in. And he's working on some special projects, of which Senate Bill 37 and ensuring our compliance with Senate Bill 37 is one. He's just really good, and I reviewed his presentation yesterday. He works Tuesdays and Thursdays now, so he always has a long weekend or days between when he works. He came in this week, yesterday, and today to make sure that we're able to go and move this forward. We'll then turn back around. Dr. Holder will cover some pieces on advocacy, board action plan, and then provide some final thoughts and discussion. We will adjourn this evening and about 4:45-ish or so, and then we have dinner scheduled at 5:30, and all of us are joining at Ruth's Chris. So I look forward to having dinner and breaking bread. I've asked Mrs. Moy if she's able to. She let us know that she was not going to be able to make it today from the get-go. We certainly understand whether we need to move forward. This is being recorded, so Mrs. Moy and Judge Haggerty will have access to this as well. Judge Haggerty, as I was leaving the house at 6:45 this morning to pick up Dr. Holder, my phone in my vehicle starts ringing. It was the judge. He just flew in last night from Las Vegas. He was there for a bowling tournament. I thought that was interesting. But he explained that he got his calendar messed up and thought that today was budget. And apologized, but he's in court all day, will not be able to make it. I again asked him if he was able to join us for dinner. We'd love to see him at that point in time as well. And so we are going to get going. I will let the board know at 10 a.m. I have to step up. I'm going to go to my office briefly. I was appointed to the American Student Agenda Advisory Board meeting. This is run by the American Council on Education. Dr. Mitchell, former Undersecretary of Education, who leads that group now. This is a group of presidents and chancellors from across the nation. You have me from El Paso Community College, along with the president of Dartmouth, and some other Ivies that are on here. We're working on, again, an American Student Agenda. This will be launched this fall. From ACCT, they will have a public relations event in DC, and then they will fly to Chicago while we're at ACCT. And those of us that are in Chicago, which is the majority of the community colleges that are a part of this, they will have an event there as well. The Department of Education and Secretary McMahon's letter that just came out in the last week is going to impact that somewhat. It feels like the administration all of a sudden jumped over to what we were working on, and we'll deal with that, but it's a 30-minute quick call to catch everyone up on the letter from Secretary Mitchell, the letter from Secretary McMahon that we'll be going over. So it'll be a quick 30-minute, I'll come right back and jump right back in. Again, everyone knows where everything is, restroom there, restrooms right outside. Can't thank Mr. Ortega enough for making time for us in his busy schedule, so we appreciate you being here as well today. And all for the time that you're spending with us. Thank you so much. Dr. Holda, I turn it to you now.
Well, thank you so much. It's great to be with you all. I was here in 2018, I think, doing a retreat for the board. I had been retired a couple years from the presidency. And I was born and raised in Indiana, grew up in Lafayette, Indiana. I didn't, home at Purdue University, I didn't go to Purdue. I went to St. Joe's College in Rensselaer, Indiana, and then Indiana University. My voice teacher, I was a voice major, voice pedagogy major, how to teach voice. He sang the Star Spangled Banner at every men's basketball game, so I got to watch Bobby Knight throw chairs and do all that kind of stuff in the basketball arena. And never, ever, ever, always finishing 10th in the bottom of the Big Ten in football, did we ever think Indiana would win the national championship in football. So you never know. I was hired in 1975, about a week before school started at Kilburn College, to teach voice, music theory, ear training, direct choir, do music stuff. And I had been at the college about 4 months, and the divisional director of fine arts and his wife, who taught voice, and the division secretary and the theater instructor all left to get on the ground floor of a Coors franchise in Nacogdoches, Texas. And so the president, at that time, this was old school administration. There were no employee rights back in '75, no contracts. I mean, you might see a slip on your door that says, you're no longer needed, go home. And I mean, it's just the way it was. And he called me and said, you're gonna be divisional director on an interim basis. If you do it, fine, you can become divisional director. You're gonna, instead of working 9 months, you're gonna work 10 and a half, and we'll add $1,200 to your salary. I was making $11,320 was my starting salary. So I did that for 5 years, and then I got back into the classroom because I really wanted to teach. And I taught for another 10 years. And then in 1990, the then college president, who was former CFO, called me and said, how come you didn't apply for the registrar's job? I said, how many reasons do you need? William understands this. And back in an era where if you had a certain number of errors, they extrapolated those, and you could have 3 errors and lose $200,000 in state appropriations. So it was a high pressure job, and I lost all my hair from stress, but I did it. I did that 6 years. And then the head of the board of trustees, after I'd been doing it 2 years, I had not finished my doctorate yet, came to see me and said, this was '93, he said, I want you to apply for the president's job. You're not going to get an interview. You haven't finished your doctorate, you've only been in this job 3 years, but I want to get you in front of the board. So I did what he said. And then in '96, the then president had only lasted 3 years, and he was non-renewed for a lot of reasons. And so then the board appointed me president in '96. I did that 20 years. I was real involved in TACC, was on the executive committee 10 years, did a stint as chair, which William has done, Dr. Sarad has done. And then I was immediate past chair, but then Richard Carpenter, who was chair at Lone Star, had health problems, so I had to step back in. And then I retired in 2016 and started about a year later working for Association of Community College Trustees, mainly doing presidential searches and board retreats. So I've done about 15 searches now, 10 of them in Texas, and about 5 out of state. So I'm trying to wind it down a little bit, you know, as I get older. I had a coat and tie hung in my closet to bring, and I got to the airport and realized I'd forgotten to pack it. So I didn't mean to miss. Anyway, it is what it is. I left it. It's hanging in the closet, immediately dry cleaned and ready to go. So it is great to be with you today. If you look at your little schedule here, it's the first cover in your binder. You sort of see what we're going to do. We'll have some introduction, expectations, goals. Sometimes boards view that as a waste of time, but it really makes a difference in sort of setting the framework for today. And then we'll talk about the board as a team and policy governance. And then after Senate Bill 37, a piece on advocacy and a board action plan. So let me just say, right now, I started in community college education in '75. In all my years of being in education, I've never seen a time that is more tumultuous, more unpredictable, more volatile, and has confronted more change. Because of that, it's so important for board members to be on the same page, be informed, be in sync. So after 9/11, the Navy SEALs and the Green Berets decided they did not have the structures needed to combat this type of terrorism that happened on 9/11. They were still, even though they were special forces, they were top down, took all their orders from Central Command, and it was a very hierarchical structure. And what they decided was, they called it VUCA, V-U-C-A, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And they said, we're in a VUCA environment. It's very volatile, it's uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. We have to train the guys in the 6-man unit or the 12-man unit to have the same decision-making knowledge that Central Command has, and give them the authority to make those decisions right on site, to be flexible and nimble. After Russia took over Crimea in 2014, the Green Berets went to Ukraine and spent 6 years training them how to do this new type of warfare, where it was decentralized and decision-making could happen informed. And that's why early on in the war, Ukraine was kicking their butts, because the Russians were having to wait for command control in Moscow to tell them what to do, where it's sort of like the Revolutionary War. You know, the US patriots at the time were able to make these decisions, hide in the woods, and confront a traditional British army that didn't know how to fight them. We ran into the same thing in Vietnam. And so, so it actually has applications in education. You know, when you face a VUCA environment, you've got to be sure that your body politic is so well trained through the system, where at times a department chair can make a decision that's just as informed as a VP. But it's a long-term challenge for boards to set that kind of environment. Some of the other challenges that boards are facing today are not just finances, where look what happened to you all with that $8 million rescission from the state that was not anticipated. But in the book, The Great Upheaval, the book talks about how, look at what happened in movies. We used to go to the theater. Then, you know, we would go to Blockbuster and rent a cassette tape. And then it became a CD. And then Blockbuster went out of business because Netflix was mailing stuff to you in the mail. And now look at where we are today with streaming. Look what you can pay, you know, a month for a subscription service. You get to pick what you want. It's cheap and it's multiple accessible. Same thing happened in music, you know. I'm of the era where we used to have the 45 records with the great big hole in the middle, and then we got into vinyl, you know, and then it was 8-track, and then cassette tapes, you know, and then CDs, and then iPods, you know. Now, Spotify, Pandora, Apple Music, Amazon Music, you know, take your pick. $10 a month, you construct your own library. And so what Levine and Van Peck are saying in The Great Upheaval is the same thing's going to happen into education. Kids are going to find, and adults, places they can go, get what they need, get it for a cost, get it as easy as possible, and education is going to have to adapt to that world. At the federal level, we've never seen this level of change. Accreditation's going through major changes. You may have already heard SACS, COC's changing its name, where it's going to become nationwide and compete against Higher Ed Learning Commission and all of these other regional accreditors are now going to become national. A lot of the requirements are going to be dropped because they were viewed as too prescriptive. And you're going to see, even in the state of Texas, you're going to see colleges sort of creating a bid war among to see who can be the most user-friendly and the best accreditor. And then you have a group of Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, Texas, trying to form their own accrediting agency that will sort of have standards that they feel that politically fit where they are more appropriately. and we'll talk more about some of this going on. The other thing is, we don't know yet what implications artificial intelligence is going to have for operations of colleges. So most colleges have not made this move yet, but AI is already handling business office functions, accounts payable, all the requisitions, HR, all the HR filing, all the federal filings, income tax, cutting checks. Businesses have successfully converted all their HR, 90% of their HR and business office functions to AI. That's going to eventually creep into the operation in colleges. We're seeing more shared services where colleges are partnering with other colleges to provide some of the services they don't have to provide locally. And you're seeing a major intrusion of the legislature into the workings of community colleges and universities. And you'll go through some of that today with Senate Bill 37. But as we'll see when we get into the policy piece today, you know, the legislature is taking boards and taking them out of their lane and putting them into an administrative lane. It's not appropriate, but you don't have a choice because the legislature has passed that and made that a requirement. So the question is going to be tricky moving forward, and this is where college attorneys can help, is to distinguish may from shall, because may means you don't have to do it, and shall means you're going to do it. And so really helping boards understand what they're required to do and where they have flexibility is going to be key moving forward. So we'll talk about boards of team policy governments at lunch, then we'll deal with Senate Bill 37, and we'll spend a lot of time on advocacy and see what the board plan will be. So what we want to look at real quickly is the reasons for a retreat, what we hope to accomplish today, and the power to get predisposition. So why a retreat? So I can't think of the guy's name, there's a minister up in the Northwest. He lives on an island outside of Seattle, and he's done teaching and written books, and he mentors pastors, and so he doesn't like to call it a retreat. He said retreat means you're stepping back, so he calls his workshops advances. So today we want to really advance and not retreat. We want to identify areas where we can grow, look at policy governance versus administrative responsibilities, get the updates on local, state, federal changes and challenges, and of course, Senate Bill 37 and the requirements for the board. So this is really important, the power of predisposition. So I was a voice major at Indiana University, and I was a voice ped major, pedagogy. So it means all of the students in voice ped are learning how to teach voice to other students. We performed, you know, sang in concerts and did recitals and sang in operas and did all of that, but we were not going to be a performer in the performance track that we're going to make their living performing. We were going to be teachers. So my teacher, Ralph Appelman, said it's important when you're teaching students to know the power of predisposition. So he was a great baritone singer, but he also, for years, directed the adult choir at the Methodist Church and retired. So the little old ladies group that met on Wednesday night at the church asked him to come and do a little program and sing for them. So he agreed. Well, the week that he was scheduled to sing, he had a terrible cold. And he said his eyes were watering, his nose was sniffling, and he called and said, I just can't sing, I'm sorry. They said, Ralph Appelman, he had this big bass voice, just come and read the 23rd Psalm for us and, you know, just be with us. So he said, so I show up, and I stand up there with my cold, and I go, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He said, I looked up and they were all crying. You know, they were predisposed to being moved. So his point was, when you're a performer, a voice major doing a recital or a concert, you need to know the predisposition of your audience. If they come thinking, boy, this is going to be great, think of how many times you've gone to a ball game, sporting event, a concert, musical event, or any event, church, you know, and you're predisposed to where this is going to be good. You're more likely to have a good experience than if you think, boy, this is just some boring thing we got to go through. So today, I hope the power of predisposition is such that you're predisposed that this is going to be a really good day and that it'll be a growth opportunity for the board. Full active conscious participation, challenging one another, any idea worth holding is worth defending. No one has absolute truth corner. Differences of opinion. Gregg County Commissioners Court has 4 commissioners and a judge, much like commissioners' courts all through the state of Texas. Well, in East Texas, we had a lady going around to each of the commissioners' courts, wanting them to pass a resolution prohibiting any undocumented individuals from living in their county. So she went to Rusk County, which is south of where I live, and got them to approve it. She goes to the Gregg County Commissioners Court, which is Longview, Texas, a little more sophisticated, and the board said, how are we going to track who, we don't even know who's in our community here, So, how are we going to track undocumented and prohibit them from living in the county when we don't even know who is and who isn't? And, they're in the shadows. It's unrealistic. And she went on and ranted to the one commissioner. And he said, ma'am, I'm not saying I'm right and wrong, or that you're wrong and I'm right. We just have a difference of opinion. And differences of opinion are healthy. So boards sometimes are reticent to voice objections, concerns, to be the lone voice when it appears that there's a consensus. And yet, that ability to disagree, it's not about the person. It's not antagonistic. Differences of opinion are healthy. And being free and comfortable to verbalize those within a board meeting are signs of a very healthy board. And so I encourage even today, if you have differences of opinion, verbalize those. Couple quotes. It's tough to make predictions and recommendations, especially about the future. The other one is, this was Mark Twain, I think, and them that saying don't know, and them that knows ain't saying. Will Rogers said, it isn't what we know that gives us trouble, it's what we know for sure that just ain't so. We had an editor of the Kilgore News Herald for years, and his wife was real involved in the community. And she was a force, but very opinionated on just about everything. And she died, and he was eulogizing her. And at her funeral, he said, I'm thinking of putting on her tombstone, not always right, but never in doubt. So, how many times do we run into people who are not always right, but never in doubt? Doubt is good. My late wife was a basketball coach, and she had 2 careers. She was a basketball coach and played at Tyler Junior College and SMU as a player. And her dad was a coach and won a state championship with a small little 1A high school. And she did that, but then her 2 girls were coming up through middle school, and she was gone 4 nights a week, 2 nights recruiting and 2 nights playing. And so she changed careers, got a master's in counseling, and did trauma therapy for years. And then was diagnosed with cancer in March of 2020 and died in October of 2020 from multiple myeloma. But she would take her players, and I'll show you what she would do, and you can do this with me. She'd take her basketball team and she'd say, okay, take your hands and reach up as high as you can reach. Reach as high as you can reach. Okay, now hold them up. Now reach higher. And so she would always show them there was always that extra piece, that you have, that you can stretch. And so that does apply to the board. You are a good board. You have diversity, you're supportive of the mission of the college, you're hardwired into the community, you understand the culture, you understand the board's role, you're supportive of administration, and you set a tone that sort of helps filter through the whole college. You don't realize this sometimes, but I work with so many boards, some of whom are very dysfunctional, and who do not understand the board as a team, that the board works as a whole. They see themselves as individuals who have an agenda, and what they don't realize is they're working together, their attitude, their behavior filters through the whole college. It affects the culture of the institution. And so a lot of times, you may think you come, you engage in the agenda, you do your thing, and when you're finished, then the college, reads the board minutes maybe, but they may not have a clue of what you do or how involved you are. They do their own little job, but what you don't realize is that the way the board functions and behaves really does filter down through the whole organization. It's important. So often you meet as a board professionally. You come to a meeting, you deal with the agenda, you have discussions, you take votes, and we see ourselves in our professional capacity as board members. But we sometimes don't see the hidden dimensions of each other that help us work together even more closely as a team. So, all of us have had life experiences that shape us. Individuals who shaped us, moments in our lives that were maybe a slap across the head or an eye-opener, an opportunity to be involved in an educational environment or a mentor who affected us, that really affects who we are today. And so, before we go too deep, I'd like to take the opportunity to give each of you just a moment to share, if you think for a minute, look at where you are today, what you believe, and who you are, and what might be either an individual, or a moment, or an event, or something that was significant in shaping where you are today. You willing to do that? Give it a try. Somebody want to start?
I will.
Okay.
Probably at the age of 6, I went to, my background is based on my religious beliefs, and I believe I am where I am because God, this is where He intended for me to be, not specifically on the board, but to function with the best of my ability. So I accepted Christ as my Savior. I'm a born-again Christian, and I believe that the values that we, nominal values that we espouse as Protestant believers, form the basis of my decisions and my relationship with most people. I think that that's probably up for discussion with some of the other people that I know, and that's for us to handle.
Yeah. Well, but at least you're able to speak for yourself, John. That's great.
I would have to say, like with my mom, she passed away now, and she really had a lot. I mean, every time she would talk to me, she'd say, son, just try to be the best person. She was also a big time, she believed in God, so but she said, son, just be the best person you can honestly be, and always just try to be out there and help people out. I'll never forget that. She was just a great
You really impact, right?
Yes, sir. Always willing to back.
And even today.
Yeah, even when she's gone, I always remember her very well.
Thank you.
So,
I think mine is completely opposite of theirs. I do not believe in God, but I respect and admire those who do because they have something to fall back on. Somebody passes away, they're with God. I love it, I admire it, I respect it, and I think collaborating with people, helps. My thing is actually children at a school I used to work with that, to me, even if I don't believe in God, it's kind of weird, right? Most people don't, people believe in God in the back of their mind, sometimes think maybe there isn't, mine's the opposite, right? I sometimes think maybe there is. Well, seeing children at the school come together for each other and help each other out when there was another child that didn't have shoes, and they went to tell their mom and help them out. And I think I found inspiration in that, in helping other people. If the child can do that, then I can do it as well. And helping several people, no matter what your race, religion, whatever it is, the fact that you can do it is important. And no matter what aspect you are in life, whether it's work or with your family, I think it's important to give back and help others.
I think for me, it's, the message that we always got from my parents. They were both illiterate and couldn't speak English
illiterate in the sense of not being able to read and write, but certainly they had other talents. And the message we always got was from them that they brought us to this country so we could get an education. And, you know, at that time, we didn't see how that could happen because there was no such thing as financial aid or somebody telling you you can go to college or anything like that. So when I worked with the probation department, the director said, you speak pretty good Spanish. And I said, yeah, what I don't speak good yet is English. I'm still trying to learn. To this day, I'm still working on that. So he had somebody take me over to the university to have me take a test that was all in Spanish. And somehow I got a bunch of college hours based on my results of that test. So that was kind of like the beginning for my education, because then he said that he wanted me to have get college courses. He saw potential on the promotion, but I didn't have any college hours. So that was the beginning of my college
Great.
trajectory. And yeah, it's somebody that kind of made an influence in that.
Great.
Your turn, Ms. Robles.
Well, I'll tell you, I guess I was influenced by my mother because she was so giving. You know, we were rather poor, believe it or not, but our two neighbors were poorer than we were. And you know, every morning she would take them food so that they would be able to eat and start their day. And I think that instilled in me the fact that, yes, we may be poor and we may have limited things that come into our house, but if you look around, there probably is somebody that needs your help, and you should be ready to give that hand and help them out. And I think that's one of the things that was instilled in me for up to today. I do look at my neighbors and other people in my church and in the community that may be able to achieve something if I put out that helping hand. And I feel very, very well. I thank God that I am so healthy. I don't have one prescribed medication at my age, and you know that is a blessing.
That is a blessing.
As a matter of fact, the last time I went to the doctor and they had made a series of lab work, and he said, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. You're doing so well. You don't have any problems with your health. So I said, happy hour, here I come. And I was with my daughter, and my daughter said, Mother, you're not supposed to say that. And the doctor said, I'd rather have her go with her friends to happy hour than sit at home feeling sorry for herself.
Okay.
So happy hour, here I come.
You have to wait till 5. It's always 5 somewhere.
Thank you for that. Dr. Serrata, would you like to share
Sure.
that question?
Yeah, there's so many that I could point out,
Exactly.
you know, in so many instances in my life where something resonated. But I'll share, you know, I'm a first generation college student. I went off, originally born and raised in the southern tip of Texas in Brownsville, and went off to A&M on a scholarship to study aerospace engineering. And this was the days where the faculty would say, or the program chair would say, look to your left, look to your right. Only one of you will be here at the end of the semester. I went on scholarship, you know, studying aerospace engineering, and I struggled. I struggled tremendously. I took, you know, from college algebra all the way through calculus in high school, and it prepared me about the first week of class of engineering calculus. And so I struggled tremendously, and it was very hard for me because I had never struggled academically, to accept and to struggle in that way. And, my dad was like, I decided after after 3 years, I did a year and a half in aerospace engineering, then a year and a half in civil engineering. And after 3 years, I decided I didn't have the discipline or desire to be an engineer, and that was very difficult for me to accept. And so I ended up getting a degree in English, my native tongue, and I went back to Brownsville because I left South Texas saying I was never going to go back, and I went back, and then I had to reinvent myself and figure out what I needed to do, and happened to start working at the University of Texas at Brownsville and Texas Southmost College as an administrative analyst for enrollment in the Office of Enrollment, and just started to, well, how do you move up? Well, you have to get additional degrees, and so I was writing enrollment reports during the day and studying Shakespeare in the evening, and then I moved to South Texas College, and Shirley Reed, who you know well, saw something in me that I didn't see and started to move up and made it a part of my contract that I had to earn a doctorate degree. And so ended up back in College Station at earning a PhD, which to an extent, those 20 years, I was able to prove my own self-worth, feeling that I had failed the first time by not being able to get a degree in engineering, and then going back and getting a doctorate, having my parents there for that. So that's what I would say.
Now thank you all for sharing that. Think about how that affects your board culture and the culture of the organization, and the reason. We could spend a lot of time talking about this, which would be good, but what were the reasons that you originally got on the board, and how have those changed, and what's your reason for staying on the board today? And I would bet, knowing you, that changing students' lives, giving them opportunities that they would otherwise not have if it were not for EPCC, and it's an interesting exercise. Imagine what this community would be without this college. When you look at the number of students that are served, the number of students going into the workforce or pursuing a professional career at the university level, what the dual credit, early college, high school opportunities. I mean, just think about this entire community and what this would be without EPCC. And you as board members are the custodians of that mission, the guardians of that trust. And so, that's part of that challenge, is to make sure this institution continues to do everything it can do within its means to meet the needs of this community and continue to be not just a creature of the environment, but a creator of the environment that you live in. So it's really powerful. This next section has to do with teamwork, and a lot of times it's people talk about being a team, but they don't really think about the implications of it. So a group of individuals with diverse skills and roles who align their energy and efforts to achieve a common purpose. That definition has a lot embedded in it, doesn't it? I think one of the things that you have identified in the past when I've worked with you, one of your strengths is the diversity that you bring. And we're not talking about racial diversity as much as diversity of background, experience, philosophy, and experiences that have brought you to, that you shared just now even, But that diversity is a strength. But then the challenge always is to align that diversity and energy to achieve a common purpose. And it's administration's responsibility in large part to present you regularly with what that common purpose is so that you know where you're going to align. Later today, when we talk about advocacy, it's going to be important that there's a team approach toward advocacy. And without getting too far ahead of myself, I'll give you an example. So you lose $8 million in the performance funding. It's now, so one of the reactions would be to be angry, you know? I mean, that's a normal action. You know, we set up this agreement, we overachieved, and now we don't get paid for it, you know? And not just that, but the way it's done is significant, you know? So how we handle addressing that is an example of where teamwork's going to be important. Because under Dr. Serrata's guidance, knowing what's the message, how do we approach it, how we're going to advocate, we'll talk about that this afternoon. But that's an example of where teamwork is very critical. If an individual board member is out there hammering a legislator or making public comments that appear to have a blowback that comes against the college, or things that, so crafting the response where you are heard and being smart about how to do it is going to be critical. But that's an example of where this teamwork will come in. But aligning those is important. And relying on your diversity of gifts is important. Now, there was a book written called The Boys in the Boat, and then they made a movie out of it. I haven't seen the movie. But it's about the University of Washington in 1934 through 1936. And their rowing team that was competing in the 1936 Olympics. And it was right as Hitler was hosting the Olympics in Berlin and was sure that the Germans were going to win the rowing contest. It's a very, very interesting book. But this quote is, to me, just really significant because he says, it's hard to make the boat go as fast as you want. The enemy is resistance of the water because you've got to displace the amount of water equal to the weight of the men and equipment. But that very water is what supports you, and that very enemy is your friend. So is life. The very problems you must overcome also support you and make you stronger in overcoming them. So think about that for a minute. The rowing team, water is the resistance, and it works against the weight and the equipment and the rows, the oars. But it's also what supports the boat and keeps them going. So as a team, one of the challenges is to reframe the challenges that this institution is facing, whether it is decreased state funding, uncertainty about the future of state funding, legislative intrusion into the daily operations of the college, legislative intrusions that move board members out of policy governance and into actual administrative tasks like reviewing core curriculum and overruling presidential decisions on VPs and these types of personnel decisions. And I could go on and on. Those are challenges, you know. Dealing with affordability of life and yet having frozen tuition, not raising your tax rate since 2017-18, you know, and now having that restriction of funds. Those are challenges. So the question is, and I don't know the answer, I'm just saying, the question is, how do those very problems make the board stronger in overcoming them and addressing them? Harmony, balance, and rhythm. They're the three things that stay with you your whole life. Without them, civilization's out of whack. And that's why an oarsman, when he goes out in life, can fight it. He can handle life because that's what he gets from rowing. Harmony, balance, and rhythm. You know, I've shared this with Dr. Serrata. My late wife used to say, you're married to Kilgore College, you do it 24/7. I'm just your mistress, you know? And I would say, but you know I love you. She goes, I know you love me. I'm talking about how it feels, you know? And so, as I look back on my career and do have regrets, part of it is that I didn't have harmony, balance, and rhythm. I was married to my job, you know, take my laptop at home, set it up with work, weekends, nights, all this kind of stuff. And, you know, not take vacations because there's too much work to do. I mean, I changed that as I got later in my career, but early on, the job owned me. And so, as board members, not only for your own lives, but to support in Dr. Serrata's life and the administrators here at the college, harmony, balance, and rhythm. You know, it's important to acknowledge that. This is an interesting slide. This came from the Boys in the Boat also. It said, good crews are blends of personalities. Someone to lead the charge, someone to hold something in reserve, someone to pick a fight, someone to make peace, someone to think things through, someone to charge ahead without thinking. And so it doesn't mean that each one of you has to decide which one you are. It means that from time to time, one of you may be a peacemaker. But on another occasion, one of you may be the person that sort of charges ahead, you know, and really tries to get some stuff done and say, this is what we need to be doing. And so later today, one of the things we're going to ask you to do is engage in a discussion on what are some of the actions that you as a board can take that will take you as a good board and cause you to be even better. What would be 1, 2, or 3 things, initiatives, or patterns or behavior changes you could do this year that in your mind would improve how you function? And we'll try to spend enough time. But it could be that there are times where one of you or the other of you need to be in one of these roles. You're the thinker, or there are times where we need planning. My voice teacher in Indiana had a thing on his filing cabinet, and every week when I took my voice lesson, he had a grand piano. So he stood in the crook of the piano, and it was facing a filing cabinet. And on the filing cabinet, he had a quote, "Until one is committed," by W.H. Murray. And we had to read it before every voice lesson. It said, "Until one is committed, there is hesitancy, always ineffectiveness. Concerning all acts of creativity and initiative, there's one elemental truth, the ignorance of which has killed countless ideas and thousands of plans, and that is that the minute that one definitely commits oneself, providence moves true." Murray goes on to say, "I have seen all sorts of unforeseen things come into my life I could never have imagined once I committed to it." And he said, "I learned a great respect for one of Goethe's couplets. Whatever you think you can do or dream you can do, begin it, because boldness has genius, power, and magic in it." And so there are times where boards sort of stay around the edges. You know, they tiptoe around ideas. They've been talking about certain ideas for months. And with working with administration, there are times where finally it's time for action. And boards have to know what those are, those times where you really, really get moving and getting action. Very quickly, I just talked about commitment. Devoting significant time and attention, participate in shaping and making policy decisions. Even though you have a board chair and the president have a leadership role, you as individual board members are leaders. And there are times where you need to actually, if you see things that you think the full board needs to address, be comfortable enough to first vet those with the president, but to actually push those initiatives if you think they're important to the college. Partnership, work closely with the president and the leadership team. Understand the legal responsibility. So the last time I was here, 8 years ago, the board needed work on closed session, open meetings, not creating walking quorums in email chains. I don't know, are those any issues that are still there, or are those pretty much no big deal?
They're really not a big deal anymore, I don't think.
As long as, yeah, you would know, yeah.
No, I've been with the college since March of 2019, and in my tenure with the board, there haven't been any issues like those that you've described.
Yeah. Back in 2018, there were some where, when I was here the first time, where you as the board had identified that sometimes you get an executive session and you were talking about things that weren't posted and or maybe even appropriate for executive session. And so that was, I was requested to go through that at the time.
And I think that part of how we solved that was that we
Do the,
replaced the former legal counsel that we had.
Mhm.
And Bonnie and I pushed to get RFQs out there and start looking.
Yeah.
Because there was a different relationship with board members and legal and everything goes, you know,
I see.
and currently that's not the case. If we're out of line, you know, we're reminded that's not appropriate right now, but we can talk about it afterwards or whatever, so it kind of rerouted how those things were happening. Bonnie, so.
and I think the other issue back then was, you may remember there was a case that happened in West Texas where two commissioners were at a ribbon cutting and the county judge showed up and they said, you know, we need to get this road repaired. We really need to do this, you know, look at this. And they discussed it and then put it on a meeting for an agenda. And someone had turned them in for having an out of meeting discussion about an item that was gonna occur for a vote. And they were found guilty. Now they weren't fined or penalized, but it was more of a hand slap to try to get them to avoid that. And back 8 years ago, some of you, and it had to do with the way administration was sending out notices to the board. They sent out an email, but they didn't blind copy you. And sometimes board members, without thinking, would do reply to all. And so then it was suddenly getting into that realm of discussion. I dealt with one board in southeast Texas in the Gulf Coast where one board member would post things on Facebook to try to rally public support for certain things going on at the board. And some of those were things that came out of executive session that was actually inappropriate for him to post. But, you know, you just run into those things. But that's, under the legal thing, I think if things are pretty good, there's no need to.
Yeah, and they've done a good job. I think even when in doubt, they'll reach out to me either individually or through the president. For example, if they travel, if they go to different conferences, so you've got a group of people.
Yes.
And sometimes, you know, when you get together in a social setting, you may start thinking about discussing issues of the college. And so they're very, very mindful even when they travel, just to kind of stay away.
That even happens with ACCT events, whether it's the leadership conferences or the annual meeting. There are times where trustees from the college will be in a group and then they'll actually say, now, with your group, discuss this and do this kind of thing. So, yeah.
It's a little tricky sometimes, but they're super mindful, and I think they've done a really good job of, you know, staying away from those things, and when in doubt, they ask and get some guidance.
Yeah, great.
And I think in fairness to the president, you know, when he first came on board, he knew some things were not right.
Yes.
But he didn't really have the power to move forward with changing the legal counsel that we had. I think it wasn't until Bonnie was elected that we had enough votes to say, we're gonna continue trying to make that change.
Yes, great.
And so with his leadership and his knowledge, and then the new legal counsel that we had, or that we have now, it helped to, you know, reroute the way we were doing things.
The other tricky issue legally, I think, and you may have a different perspective, is how do we achieve our mission and stay within the confines of some of the current state regs? I'll give a perfect example. So, in the state of Texas, community colleges, by their nature, are the most diverse institutions in the state. They're the most inclusive. We only accept the top 100% of every graduating class. I mean, you can't get any more inclusive, you know? We believe in equity, which is if students start at different levels, we provide mechanisms to move them through. So if the ladder has 20 steps instead of 10, they still get to the goal. We don't compromise the end goal, which is what they have to learn, but we find the ways to get them there. By our very nature, we are DEI. It's who we are. But that is sort of on the negative list of being spoken about or promoted today. So I've asked legislators myself, do you care if we're taking care of first generation, economically, academically disadvantaged students? No, that's great, do that. Just don't call it DEI. So there's cases of where you're trying not to circumvent the law by creating a shadow DEI department or action, because you've really got to follow not just the spirit of the law, but the letter of the law. But at the same time, how do you accomplish your mission, which is the nature of who you are, without crossing over into flagrant legal violations? That makes sense? It's a tricky balance. You're trying to fulfill who you are as a college, and at the same time recognize, and I've had a lot of lengthy conversations with legislators who have voted for these things, but who are reasonable. And what they told me was that after the George Floyd murders and Black Lives Matter and a number of these initiatives, they felt that the pendulum had swung way too far in terms of those issues, and it created that reaction. So the colleges I've worked with have created departments of student success, departments of student belonging, this type of thing. But they're very careful to say, but we're not targeting a certain racial group or gender group or group. We're meeting any students that have these needs, whoever they are. And that really is defensible, for colleges to try to stay within. You guys do a good job at board development and strategic planning. El Paso has a real culture of student success. And later when we talk about policy governance, we're going to talk about the board's role in setting targets for student success. Ability to resolve conflict, cooperation, trust, focused planning, vision, bridge building, training, education. You all have the characteristics that you need to be successful. This, I think, is important, is to redefine consensus. Instead of consensus meaning I agree with that, it could be I can live with that. Because we don't always get 100% of what we want. But if it's something we can live with and it's still workable and helps move the college forward, that can be a way that we make that change. One of the problems that we see in today's U.S. government legislature, and even filtering down on the state legislatures, is they don't want to live with, I can live with that. They want it to be, I want my way all the way. I don't want to give up any piece of this legislation. And so we see good pieces of legislation trying to make it through Congress, and they get killed because it's got one element in it that another side just can't accept or doesn't want to accept. They could live with it, and so and we'll talk about this afternoon, Dr. Serrata and I have been talking about what are the approaches that we take to the legislature moving forward in the next session. Is it fund the formula? Is it do a supplemental bill to pay back the monies that were due from the last session? Is it to unfreeze tuition? Is to let us have more than 2.5 or 3.5% flexibility in tax rates? What is it? And so it's going to be important for TACC and the trustees statewide and El Paso as well to know what that hierarchy is. What's the most important thing we want? What's the next most important thing? The third most important thing? If we have to lose some things, what are they and what are we willing to lose? And so most likely, whatever comes out of the next legislative session will be a consensus of, I can live with that. And that may be the best we can get sometimes. But even sometimes when the board has to make some tough decisions, we'll talk about one of those this afternoon, as it could relate to where you go with the tax rate for next year based on, everything. And that could be a deal where you as board members have legitimate disagreements on where the college should go. it's gonna be good, healthy to verbalize those disagreements and concerns that you have. And what your final proposal may be a compromise where no one's totally happy, but you all reach a consensus where you say, I can live with that. So I think those are things that will really help moving forward. Now, this is sort of let me ask you a question here. We're doing excellent on time. I wanted to spend a fair amount of time this morning on policy governance before lunch. And it's pretty detailed. Do you want to take a 10-minute bathroom break and stretch and give yourself time to check your cell phones and grab some coffee and more food if you want, or food from over here, and then we'll stop, then we'll dive into policy governance, okay?
I know, yeah.
Feel good, good? Because you're so, a super active
This here,
woman.
here's what
No quiero, pero pues ya quiero.
You're especially lovely.
I know. Well,
And
you're
we're-
a child, you're so a child.
And we're so confused because,
Do you get me what I got to?
Oh, yeah, exactly, yeah, what you do.
At 3 in the morning, yeah.
Yeah,
So
for
they-
sure.
Awesome. Is somebody else getting the tea?
Yes.
So 2:30 in the morning.
The geriatric EPC.
What's it?
The geriatric EPC.
Yeah.
I love it. Hey, they were good. They won.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for them to come do the countdown.
Super nice pickup. When he's out on the job, he has his bass fishing boat. You know, so lovely fishing boat. Big money. And if you could call that past midnight, there's no charge.
Oh, you know that, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, special board meeting will resume in 5, 4, 3.
She would learn this at 2 more times.
Alright, so we're back on our special board meeting.
That's great timing, because this next session on policy governance really needs the president of the college here for this discussion. I've worked with maybe a dozen boards and individuals that are board members. And this area of policy governance is probably the most difficult for many boards to get a hold of, because it's not as simple as it sometimes looks. In the old days, and I'm going way back into the 80s and 90s, the presidents of that era, and William and I both knew many of those of that era, presidents who were presidents in the late 70s and all through the 80s and early 90s. And it was, for lack of a better term, a good old boy network. And I'll give an example. Ray Hawkins, who used to be at Lone Star and then at president of Tyler Junior College and then back at Lone Star, he and the Kilgore College president, Stuart McLaren, were part of the John Roosh group that came through the UT program. And there were so many of that group that were all together. They were like a cohort or a clique, as it were. They talked about how they dealt with their boards. They'd have 4 meetings a year, and they used what they called the mushroom philosophy, which is keep them in the dark and feed them manure. And so that's how they viewed their board. And so highly informed boards who were really involved in decision-making was not part of the community college environment clear until about the mid-90s. And it was right about that time that we really saw the changes, not only in the type of individuals being selected to be presidents and CEOs, but also the expectations that boards didn't live in the dark. Now, I will tell you, in this state, there are still boards who are not very high performing, that I know personally. I'm not down on them, it's just that they don't have any desire for professional development. They don't go to any CCATT meetings, nothing in ACCT. They do almost no professional development. They're very inbred in terms of just looking at what's on the college agenda. They don't have any sense of what's going on statewide, nationwide, federal-wide, or even what their role should be in questioning. And so I've seen presidents who use a committee structure to sort of get the committee to do what the president wants and then come give a report at the meeting with no questions and just vote. And so sometimes these boards will have 20, 30-minute meetings and that's it. You know, they don't really get deep dives or get into the issues. And And then they wonder why the college ends up in issues that end up a lot of times non-renewing the president or going down that route. So policy governance is really tricky, and we're going to spend enough time on this and then we'll break for lunch. The definition is a structured process by which the board develops, reviews, implements policies that guide the college's operation, ensure compliance with state and federal laws, and align with institutional mission and community needs. Boards do their best work when administration does the research, presents them with informed options, and let them make a choice. Or maybe even has a recommendation. That's where boards do their best work. But it depends on administration doing the research and being sure that they're presenting those options to the board. The second source of policy is outside of EPCC's control. If you look at the TASB manual that a lot of colleges use and cite as their order, a lot of the policies that you have are generated at the state level, become legislative regs, and it's expected that they become part of the college policy. So they're not things that you develop because you have to locally, they're developed for you at a different level. And where policy gets tricky is some board members, they know they don't want to mess in the president's business, but sometimes they want to ask questions and they're not sure if they're crossing that line. So we're going to spend a fair amount of time looking at some examples. So as policy governance stewards, you approve and adopt board policies, monitor compliance, make adjustments, make sure they're communicated to administrators, faculty, staff, and students, and use it to support strategic planning. So think of this, look at that picture. That's a hallway. John Carver developed this model of policy governance. I like his model. He says, think of the hallway. The door at the very end of the hallway belongs to the board. That's where you want to end up. The walls are, well, the floor is where administration walks. So we don't care if they weave back and forth or go straight or stop, take a break, but that's administration's job. The walls are the constraints within which you put administration. So here's an example, and then we'll get into other examples. Let's say that the college had and I'm going to pull a number because William will know what its real number is and I don't, a college retention rate of fall to spring of 82%, which means 82% of the students enrolled in the fall show up in the spring. And administration does its research and looks at similar communities, similar sized colleges, its own peer institutions, and sees that the norm is actually 85%. So it's appropriate for a lot of colleges, administration just says, let's go for 85%. But it's even healthier to bring it back to the board, make them informed, let them know here's where we are, here's where we want to go. Have them adopt that as a target policy so that it has reinforcement through the whole institution. That's an example. Now it's administration's job to get from 82 to 85%. You, the board, don't tell them how to get there. But you do set up some strategies. You can't bust the budget. You can't do anything illegal or unethical, to get those numbers. You can't tweak data because you can make data say almost anything you want, So those are the confines within which administration has to walk. But the problem is, a lot of times, is that the scenarios that come up are conflicting. So that's what I just talked about right there. So let's take some examples. You as a board member are out in the community. You're in the local grocery store. Someone knows you. They come up and say, hey, I need to tell you something. I was in the fitness center the other day. You got a toilet in there that is in bad shape, needs replaced. What do you do as a board member? If you hear that.
Right, you're probably gonna, I mean, obviously take note, maybe address it with Dr. Sirata and say, hey, I was, you know, to my attention,
Okay.
to my attention.
And so here's where words and style matter, okay?
I
Just-
usually ask them, have you reported it to the supervisor, your super, or somebody there in the building?
So this, so this is someone in the grocery store that you know, they tell you a toilet's not working, and they just tell you. So now what do you do with that? So ideally, instead of you calling the director of physical plant or a person here at the college, it's most appropriate to let Dr. Serrata or his administrative assistant know. And the style is important because now we get into where there's always a potential to get into administrative stuff, but you want to be that bridge between the community and the college. And so those are in conflict with each other, there's a tension. So the way in which you do it is like, hey, Dr. Serrata, I was in the grocery store, this person told me that this toilet's not working. I don't know if it's true or not, but you guys may want to check it out and see what works. What's the other way that it could be communicated that may appear to get into administrative stuff? Dr. Serrata, you need to get this toilet fixed. Or you should be looking at this toilet. All of a sudden, we have crossed over into communicating information from the public into a directive. Another important,
But we don't wanna do that, do we?
well, so no, you don't want to say, you need to do this or you should do this. But you could say, hey, I'm just communicating. Now here's a much more realistic thing that happens. You know someone in the community who's a very capable person. And they're gonna apply for a job at EPCC. And they contact you and say, hey, could you put in a good word for me, you know, because I'd like to apply for a job at EPCC and I could use all the help I can get. How do you handle that?
Again, probably the same difference, you could just call Dr. Sirata and say, hey, you know, let me know this person, maybe look into them, I have no knowledge of their background, this and that.
And let's go back a step. What would even be the conversation between you and the person that asked you for that?
I think that's what's most important is
Yeah.
the response would be, you know, I don't get into that, you know, we have a process, you know, feel free to apply, there's, you know, even help them, here's the website, but I think getting involved at all whatsoever, and what I say is, I think it'll hinder you more than it'll help you, you know, just because it's,
If it feels like it's high pressure to create resistance?
correct, and it's gonna be, so I just, it's more of a, you know what, I'm sorry, I don't get involved in that kind of things, but here's the process, and you know, I'd be happy to help you in that sense, but that's it, you know?
And it could be appropriate, I don't know the answers always, but it could be appropriate to say, you know, I've known you, you're very capable, you can get this on your own merits, you know? I'll mention to the president that you talked to me, but I don't ever get involved in even recommending that they give you a serious look or that they hire you, but I don't mind. And you could, you have to use your own judgment, but you could say to Dr. Serrata again, you know, hey, so-and-so called me, I'm not asking you to give them special treatment or a look, I'm just, you know, they asked me to put in a word for them, I've known them, they're a good person, but you have your own hiring processes, you're gonna pick the people that you want. But I have also dealt with board members whose son-in-law ran a construction company and he was pushing hard to get the bids as a board member given to his son-in-law for construction and ended up eventually getting off the board because he was so mad because the board wouldn't take his son-in-law, you know, for 3 different projects that were up for bid. And there were good reasons why his firm was not picked. But, you know, he was just furious. He just felt that there should be some consideration given. Let's look at some other examples. So, Dr. Serrata's getting a budget ready, and he's presenting it to the board. And you as a board member have a concern. So I'm gonna take a real life example. I was working with a college that shall remain unnamed. And the president, on his own, had decided to start an athletic training program and hire trainers who could help his other sports programs, you know, be a trainer and provide training for the athletes that were already there on the campus. And it was, I'm gonna say, $150,000 investment. This is one of the smallest colleges in the state, very poor, almost no tax base. And board members, I had done 2 retreats for this college. So there are times where board members will call me directly and say, how do I handle this? You know, and which I'm glad to do, you know, because they can't figure it out on their own, and I'm not faulting them. But it's like, he put in this money, and now it's in the budget, and we didn't even have a discussion of it, you know? So how do we handle this without getting into administration? But I'm not sure from an accountability standpoint, we're not taking away from valuable instructional needs and other things that we should be doing. Because this president was really big on athletics, you know? And so what I advised them is this. If your statement ends with a question mark, it's probably appropriate. If it ends with a period, it may not be. So think about that. So, question during a budget hearing. So how did we reach this need? It's a question. It's appropriate. It's not getting into administration. Do we have the money? Where is it coming from? What will be the long-term expenditure for the program? You know, is there any ROI at all? Because they're not going to earn contact hours if they're doing athletic training for athletes, you know? And if it's in an arena that is not state supported by the 8 elements of cost that are eligible for state reimbursement, does that mean that auxiliary enterprise money from dorms, food service, vending, all those sources, is going to have to pay for it? Those are all appropriate questions. And there are times where board members are reticent to ask information questions because they believe that it's intruding into the administrative function. But it isn't. It's accountability where it's very appropriate for you to ask those questions. Is this a policy? What I'm about to ask, is this a policy issue or an administrative issue? Deciding how many months of fund balance we want to keep in the operating fund, unrestricted fund balance for the future. Is it 2 months, 3 months, 6 months? Is that decision a board policy decision or is that an administrative decision?
Policy.
Policy, yeah. A lot of the student success targets, I'm not sure the board has, most community college boards don't visit targets for success and set those as board policy. So if you haven't, you're in the norm. But it is often the case where it empowers the college to do certain initiatives to say the board has adopted this as a target. So there are certain colleges who have had the board approve a menu of student success targets, whether it's retention, success in a semester, number of ABC grades, eliminating airport grades. You know what airport grades are? DFW. So eliminating airport grades, you know. And there have been colleges who have set, they ask the college to do research on what are reasonable targets for the college. They give that directive to administration. Administration does its homework. It knows where it is. It knows where it could grow and sets reasonable targets. Presents those to the board with an explanation. The board has the option of actually approving a menu of targets and saying, we're doing well, but we want to do better. And here's where, on that subject, you got to be really careful because William and I were both registrars. And we know that what often looks like something on paper has a reason behind it. So for example, when you look at how many dual credit early college high school students you have that are achieving their goals at that level. Some of them maybe don't achieve full graduation. The question is, when they come to you, they may only be here one semester and they've finished the hours that they need to transfer. So you're gonna have very poor fall to spring retention because you've got a huge group of students that have so many hours already. Another failure is often the transfer rate, because the whole student population was the denominator and the transfers were the numerator. But what really ought to be in the denominator is only those students who declared that they want to transfer, not the kids in the 2-year associate, not certificate or 2-year associate of applied science, because what you've done is inflate the denominator and you create a much lower transfer rate. I don't know if I'm making sense. But so there are things like that where you have to depend on administration to help sift through those. That's another example, okay? A decision, let's say one of you has a real deep background in air conditioning as a board member. And the decision comes to, before the board, to get a York or a Train air conditioning unit. Is that a board issue or an administrative issue?
Administrative, you know, even if you know about it, it's their responsibility.
Here's another dilemma, okay, for boards. There are a number of boards who have CPAs and attorneys on their boards. And so they bring a level of expertise coming out of their background. So I was doing a retreat for a college who had a CPA gentleman on the board. He was also a member of the local Tea Party group. So he was very anti-raising taxes, revenue, this, but he was also a certified court examiner for fraud. He'd been certified in that, and he would go and testify in fraud cases, whether it was people defrauding companies, a lot of oil and gas fraudulent activity going on in the state of Texas. So he was asking, as an individual board member, for all these reports from the president. And the president was like, we don't have that data, we'll have to construct a report. But you're the one asking it as an individual, and I don't know if the rest of the board cares or not. So we need to take your requests to the full board and see if there's a sentiment for generating these reports or not. Well, he didn't like that. And so he kept going and going and going. And I talked to him personally before the retreat. And I said, help me understand where you're coming from, because he said, you got it right, I do this. But he said, I start from the standpoint that everybody's fraudulent, and they have to prove they're honest to me. And only after they produce enough data will I begin to believe that they're honest. So the board chair has a career in public relations, and I'm at the retreat. And so the board chair says, you know, I've made my whole living in public relations. If I were to look at the public relations budget of this college, I'll bet you I could find things where we could save money, be more effective, generate more results, and do that. But just because I can doesn't mean I should. It didn't change him, but that was tricky. I was doing another board where there was a board member who had been a building manager for 12 years. Now he works for Fiserv, banking industry. But he was a building manager. So anytime anything of a building came up, he was out there on the roof looking at things, doing this kind of stuff. And I sat in on a couple of the meetings that they had. And he was raising Cain about doing this decision on the board. And I just told him, I said, maybe you should apply to be director of physical plans instead of being a board member, you know, because he couldn't separate himself. And this is the other hard thing for board members to realize is just, it's okay, you might be a person that has one need for information, but is it representing the full board? Because the board only acts as a full board, not as individuals. So this area gets really tricky because you are supposed to be the bridge between the college and the community. And later, when we talk about advocacy issues and being a bridge, that bridge is a two-way bridge, you know, where you're the bridge to the community to communicate information, but you also need to be able to bring that information back to the president. The other tricky thing in policy governance are the decisions that you're wanting based on isolated anecdotal observation, where I know someone who enrolled in this program and they couldn't get through and they had to retake these classes or this class didn't transfer. Is it isolated anecdotal observation or is it broad-based supported data? So, but I think overall in policy governance, if you really can separate the question mark from the period and avoid words like need and should, because when you engage in those, you've crossed that line of telling us how to behave. How do we like it in our family or our workplace when someone says you need to do this or you should do this? Maybe we take it right, and it's like they're right. Go ahead, Bonnie, you're gonna say.
Yeah, I just have a question. So, just because before you move on, you mentioned, one of the board members, maybe knowing more about air conditioning and the different units and stuff like that. As a board, what can we do if there is a board member, and I'm just gonna throw out stuff, not that we actually do it. But let's say, Dr. Graham, she used to be in HR, and she goes and talks to the HR people and starts telling them how they should do stuff. You do, the PVC pipes, what if he goes to the sites and sees that? What if, me marketing, I go and tell our marketing people, what as a board can we do when we're not okay with one of the board members is going to these individuals or these sites or whatever it is and meddling, I guess?
Yes,
For
and
lack of
so,
a better word.
and what I have seen more often than that, Bonnie, is board members who have relationships with individual faculty members and carry on these conversations. And I had a board member, he was a former football coach at the college. He'd been there for years. He retired as football coach, he didn't win. So he had to retire. But, because there's two kind of coaches, those that have been fired and those that are getting ready to be fired. So anyway, but he was a good guy, and a really good guy. And he's a friend of mine. So, yeah. So he ran for the board and got elected. So he would go to offices and kick up his feet and say, tell me what's really going on, to other folks that he knew for years, tell me what's really going on here. So I had to talk to him and said, Marion, I said, that, it makes it seem like you don't trust what I'm telling you. You're having to talk to other board members, other faculty members, to quote, find out what's really going on. And he still did it, but it was inappropriate. And it doesn't mean that you can't talk to faculty and staff and know who they are and relate to them. It's the nature of the conversation and what's trying to be accomplished. And so sometimes you'll have a board member who aligns themselves with an instructor who's got a gripe against the department chair, and so that's their little agenda item. And so to answer your question on how to answer that, when the board is aware that is going on, it's often appropriate for the board chair and or what's often more effective is for the board chair and maybe one other board member, could be an officer of the board, but for two or three of them to have a conversation with that. You worry about them feeling ganged up on, but on the other hand, and so John Wooden, that was a successful basketball coach for years, he would say, I didn't just tell people what to do. He said, my approach always in coaching was I'd say, don't do this, do this. So, because they didn't often know what they were doing wrong. So he said, I tended to say, don't do this, instead of just do this. So it is appropriate for a board chair and or vice chair or officer to have that discussion with the college president and say, we've got this action going on, it's not appropriate. And it covers so many things. You have board members who have relationships with faculty staff, who have relationships with businesses they'd like to see employed, at the college or get a bid. You have instances where people have a certain agenda, There are colleges, a number of them, who board members ran and got elected with the idea of getting rid of the president. I mean, that was the plank they ran on, So you see it all, but it is appropriate. And the gripe I had about my own board was, I had a board member, he'd been on the board 35 years. He ran a local lumber yard, and he was always at the coffee shop talking about all the college stuff and the rumors and that. And he'd come to the meeting and say, well, I heard this morning at the coffee shop this and this and this. And I'd tell him, Sonny's brother, and I said, Sonny, 90% of what you hear at the coffee shop isn't true. He goes, I know, but it's that other 10% I'm hanging on to. And he would do that all the time. And then he would tie up the board meetings and ask all these line item budget questions, about one budget item and the next budget item. And the board just kept its head down, And I talked to the rest of the board, it's like, do you want this to happen? And they said, no, it's just a waste of our time. It's him grandstanding, showing how he's the budget guardian, And so we talked to him privately, and I had a good relationship with him, he liked me. But I would tell him, Sonny, we can get all these questions answered before the meeting. We'll set up a meeting between you and the CFO, and you can go through the entire list of line items and get them answered before the meeting. He goes, nope. Because if I do that, then everybody won't know I'm the watchdog, But the board could have controlled that and said, we're just not going to listen to that. But because board members don't want to offend each other, everybody sort of put their head down and kept quiet. And you don't correct that behavior without addressing it. So in any case where you have, and sometimes board members don't realize it's inappropriate, they just think that's their role as a board member. But it is appropriate to address that. But the policy governance gets really tricky because, there are so many ways in which you have to be that bridge. And the other thing is, when a board has a policy, whatever it is, then the board has to speak with one voice and support that policy. Even when they are policies you didn't create. So this afternoon, you're going to hear about Senate Bill 37, and it's, to me, the analogy I like to use is this picture here, where, when you drive, if you've got a dotted line, you can pass. When it's a solid line, it's like, don't pass. And when you got the solid line on both sides, it's like everybody stays in their lane. So the tricky thing for boards is to figure out, where am I in a dotted line where I can cross over and ask questions, get information, be involved, and hold presidents in accountability, okay? We read about presidents at universities and community colleges who have spent $110,000 redecorating their office or decorating their home with college funds, My predecessor had a son who was studying meteorology at University of Mississippi, and he would drive over to check on his son from East Texas to Mississippi and bill all of that to the college, just turn it all in as college expenditure. And then when those things come to light, the college board is like, well, we didn't know any of that. How come, there's no accountability? So boards have to keep administration accountable. It's appropriate. And the tricky part is, we could give a dozen more examples, but I think you all get it. What is the end target at the end of the hallway on the door? Whether it's how many months of fund balance you want, what the tax rate will be, if you're going to give senior citizen exemptions, if you're going to do a discount for early payment of taxes, those are all policy type pieces. But if you decide you want to do it, policy could go into how you even appropriately handle advocacy, board can have its own policy of interacting directly with the president or his delegate. So a lot of times, let's say you have financial questions. Dr. Serrata might not be able to answer those right away. But instead of you calling the CFO and setting up the meeting, it's appropriate for you to let him know that you'd like to have that meeting and let him set up that meeting for you. And if you are approached by faculty and staff on certain issues, it's appropriate to let him know what's bubbling out there, what you're hearing, you know. There's another college recently where the president's had 2 or 3 grievances against him and some question about renovations at his home, you know, and they're fearing some retaliation, but they've gone to board members to let them know what's going on, you know. So the board, here's again where the board's got to be very careful, because this one college I'm thinking of, there's 3 or 4 of the board members that have been having an offline discussion about how they're going to handle the president and what they're going to do. What's the problem with that? Yeah. You know, you've got an open meetings violation because they're consulting. And I understand that need for consultation. But let's say, let's keep going on the policy administrative piece. There may be times where you want to bring stuff up with the president that you really don't want to do an open session, but it's not eligible for closed session. So now I'll have to have the attorney weigh in on whether what I'm about to propose is legal. So what I have recommended for I've done 15 searches for presidents, and some colleges do it, some don't. But I always recommend to the boards, when you get a new president coming in, schedule 3 or 4 evaluations the first year. Don't wait a full year for an annual evaluation. You know, it's actually in his benefit or her benefit, because they're always wondering, am I doing things right? Is the board happy with the way I'm communicating with them? Are they happy with my decisions? And boards can ask the president, what's keeping you awake at night? What's coming down the pipe that we need to know about that's gonna, you know, be, you know, and those can be part of an evaluation, which is appropriate for executive session, but, and it's not to circumvent the law. It's to actually evaluate where he's performing, how he's doing, but also to hear from him. That evaluation's a 2-pronged deal. So, you know, there are times where it would be healthy for the board to meet with the president under the proper legal position to ask those questions, you know. What's keeping you awake at night? What's coming down the pipe where you're gonna need us to have your back? What are some difficult decisions we have to make? There may be other decisions that where boards develop their own policies. You know, they have their own policy manual. But there are times where having a board procedure manual is better because it's not as cumbersome to implement or to change or to actually formalize. And so, you know, there are boards that actually have a policy manual, which is board policy, but they also have a procedure manual that talks about how they do things. I'll give you an example. So, some boards have struggled with succession. Some boards have a deal where they have a president of the board or chair of the board for 2 years. The vice president is there and the secretary, and it's a succession chain automatically. So the vice chair is sort of expected to move up to chair, the secretary treasurer expected to move up to vice chair, new secretary treasurer, and they do that every 2 years automatically. There are other boards that don't want that. They want, they actually sort of pick who it's going to be and have it all structured before it ever goes to a vote. It's just, there's nobody that applies, you know. The third model is, I've seen colleges where board members who are interested in serving as an officer, when it comes time every 2 years for the reorg of the board, they let the board chair know that they're interested. And even the board chair can be board chair for another term. Doesn't have to be, you know, doesn't have to be rotated. But then it's wide open, where we let everybody know who's interested, what position they're interested in, and actually have votes, at the meetings. So, but that's part of a procedure, it doesn't become part of a policy. So those are the kinds of things that you can do that will make life a little easier sometimes for you all, But I think that what I have seen, and you all just have to assess where you think you are, is that sometimes there's some confusion. Board members will call William Rubin and say, hey, you know what, we need to do this. So are they acting as an individual? And does the rest of the board know that this interaction is going on? And is it something the full board would support? That's a discussion of procedure that I think moving forward, if the board has not had with itself, every once in a while it's good to have that discussion. And Dr. Serrata can actually provide guidance as to, where he sees an area for improvement versus where he sees everything's working just fine. I don't know, do you want to say anything on that regard, William? Because it's always tricky for the president of the college, because you're trying to please a board member, but when you have an individual board member contact you with an issue, it's like how you're handling that.
Yeah, I've been very fortunate with the board, and let's see, Dr. Graham, Mrs. Robles, and Judge Haggerty are the only board members left that hired me. But I've been very fortunate that I rarely have incidents of those that come to the forefront. Now, that doesn't mean I don't get calls from board members. Judge Haggerty called me at 6:45 this morning as I was backing out of the garage to pick up Dr. Holda to let me know that he wasn't going to be able to make it. But by and large, our board has really been good about, and they'll share. Here's what I heard. Look into it. Here's something you need to know that I'm hearing from faculty members, staff members from across the community. There's every now and then there'll be something where somebody signs up for open forum, and it becomes I'm like, okay, what is this about? And I'm like, I'll ask Bell. Bell, reach out and see if they'll meet with me, because I'm happy to discuss anything at the institution. And they say, no, we don't want to meet with the president. And they go out in front of the board during open forum, which the board cannot engage, they can just listen. And they set something out there that no one at the institution has been brought up to. And it's, of course, this is not going to cost the college anything. The college is going to make money on this, or here's what we see at this campus. And again, that is hard for me, because talk to me and we can talk about it, But they'll choose a very specific venue to do that. But you can't control members of the public. I certainly understand that. But our board has been very consistent. I know many of the institutions that you were referencing earlier, so as you speak to them, I'm like, oh, I do remember that. But one of the best pieces of advice, as a vice president, I was leaving South Texas College, and a board member who you know well said, William, I'd like to take you to lunch as a board member and a new president. And his first piece of advice was, you need to learn to count to 7, not 4. And I thought that was really sound advice. And I speak and meet with each of the respective board members on a regular basis. I'll reach out and call. Here's what the agenda looks like. I don't see any concerns. Do you have any concerns? So that I can work on them before the board meeting. But it was really sound advice, and my old boss only was able to count to 4. And she counted to 4 for 26 years, but I just think it's better to count to 7. And he was like, every board member counts. And I think that was really sound advice that I've carried forward.
Let me ask a question, because I don't know. Does the board have a committee structure where there are committees, or do you pretty much end on a committee of the whole?
Just when we need it.
Ad hoc, yeah.
Ad hoc, yeah. I've seen it work well and not well in both cases, where I've seen committees who meet 3 board members to avoid having to post out of like a 9-member board, for example, or 7 members.
Finance and HR.
Yeah, so 3-member committees, they'll meet, and then they give a report at the meeting. The downside that I've seen where it does not work is when the full board doesn't feel like they're getting all the information and they don't wanna necessarily rehash the whole thing. It's like, why did the committee meet if we're rehashing it at the meeting? Some boards do rehash it all, and then the committee's like, why do we even meet if we're doing that?
Yeah, we had, when we started a master plan, I asked the board to create a committee of the whole.
Yeah.
And so the whole board was invited, we went through the master planning process, all the buildings that we were building. The board made decisions, cause, and that was one thing I did learn from Dr. Reed. They owned it. Everything that was happening with the building, all the board members had a say in it. And so it wasn't like, well, I didn't choose that color. I didn't like this part of it. We we all owned it, and that was very helpful.
I just was curious, about half the boards I deal with are the committee of the whole, where the board just deals with everything. There are a few boards that have very robust, good committee structure, where the committees do an extensive deep dive, particularly in finances, student success, those types of things. And they'll prepare a pretty detailed report for the full board that answers pretty much all the questions and gives them more than a Reader's Digest summary, but not the full menu. And sometimes that can be very helpful. But in the cases where all that communication from the committee's not going back to the full board, it does, and I was just curious if that was, yeah. And then my next question is, how does someone put something on the agenda?
I think we go through the chair to, let him know, or to the president, then discuss it with the chair to see, can we get this on the agenda?
Do you require a certain number of board members to support that, to put it on, or it's simply not to put it on? No. Okay.
And it's rare, it's very rare that a board member will say, I need this on the agenda. But any board member that reaches out to me, then I'll call the chair and say, okay, this is something that's come up, we need to get this on the agenda. So.
This afternoon I wanted to talk in the advocacy section about different ways in which advocacy can work and sort of rethinking advocacy, maybe a little different approach than what you've been doing. Not that what you're doing is not effective, but even being more effective. And so one of the questions that's coming up pretty soon, we don't need to have that discussion now, we can have it this afternoon, is what you're gonna do with the tax rate and how you would present it and where the comfort zone of the full board is. And I think that's an issue because you are responsible to the taxpayers, and there's always election implications and all sorts of things. And the ways in which you can create a compelling argument and the way you market it or sell it can make or break the way the community receives it. But that's an example of where the full board, it's not a policy issue per se, but it's a decision issue that needs to be pretty much unanimous in the board and not have, it's okay to have disagreement in the discussion while it's formulating, it's very healthy. But once the issue is set, the board supports it. And here's the tricky part as we move forward with policy. How do you handle policy that's laid on you from the state level that you disagree with, but you have to implement? How do you handle that publicly or?
Very careful.
I'll give you an example. Let's say, as we go through Senate Bill 37 this afternoon, doing away with faculty senates, specifying how many people can be on the advisory group, the makeup of presidential search committees, curriculum, the ability of regents and trustees to overturn executive level decisions of presidents for personnel, and I could go on, and you'll get all that this afternoon. Knowing what's in the core curriculum and all that. And so, let's say there's pushback from faculty and staff about academic freedom, and it's going on in A&M and Texas Tech right now. They got lawsuits going. You know, it's like you're telling me to take a chapter out of Plato's Republic and not teach it because you think it's gender related or something else, so you can't teach Plato, you know, and you can't teach this. And you've got administrators making decisions on what faculty and staff can and cannot teach. You got regents and trustees making those decisions. So you hear this now from the faculty staff. So how do you stay true to what you believe, and yet you have to support policy because you've adopted it, whether you wanted to or not, because the legislature required it. So how do you handle that? I know John said very carefully, but you know, but how do you respond to faculty and staff? Do you say, you know, well, it's not something we would have put in place ourselves, but we're subject to state law? Or do you say, I disagree with the policy, but we're going to follow it because it's state law? Because you're going to have some of this. And I think knowing how to communicate your support for policy that you adopt, because you have your choice, you know, versus how you communicate to the body politic is tricky.
I think one of the things that happened with our board is that we were not together on the policy issues for a long time, because even before Dr. Serrata, because there were, first of all, we didn't know what policies we had. You went and looked and you had a heck of a time finding them, or if you did, it was from the 70s and not, you know, current and so on. So there was a fight that we ended up engaging in to join TASB, or some way of us getting a handle on the policies, which we eventually did. But again, you know, it wasn't until we made some changes and said, no, we're gonna have to shape this up because that's our number one, or one of our top priorities. So with that, then we started getting updates on so many different policies, and it was frustrating because there's a lot of reading to, you know, to change all those policies. But I think that now we're comfortable that Dr. Serrata had somebody take charge of updating us and getting the policies in place and update it. And so we have those pretty much in line now. When we get policies that are going to create controversy, such as the faculty is going to be involved in this and that, and usually he's very quick to let us know that this is coming up, and you know, we always put it back on him. What's your recommendation? Because the rest of us don't know the faculty and the concerns as well as he does, because he's got all these other cabinet people that are updating him. So we rely heavily, and I think I can speak for the rest of us, on his recommendation. Now we'll discuss it. Well, is this good? Is this gonna, you know, but at the end of the day, we do work very hard as a board to come up with a decision that includes all of us, whether it has to do with policies or salaries or whatever, you know. And we're just very blessed that we have somebody that does the legwork before it comes to us, and then that keeps us informed so that we know once we get to the board meetings, you know. I think the only issue is that sometimes not everybody reads the agendas, you know, and then that can drag on a board meeting because you're asking questions because it's all in there, you know. And I'm guilty of saying it's on the agenda, or it was on the agenda.
Gosh, we never heard that.
Well, because that way, you know, it's we have all the information that we need, but you know, we need clarification questions. I understand that. So we're not having a lot of issues with that. We pretty much follow his guidance on that. Or legal counsel says, well, if you do this, this can happen, or you can do this, but you know, this other thing can happen. So it's not become very difficult. I think the most difficult one was probably the no smoking on campus, I think, that it became, because you had a line of people signing up to speak in open forum. the pro and the anti, you know. So there was a little bit of a challenging.
Now, we went smoke-free, it took a while, but we finally went smoke-free. I mean, and you think, Dr. Holder, with, during the pandemic, I mean, there was so many policy decisions that we had to, work on, you know, terms I'd never heard of before, force majeure, and all these different things that the board was, instrumental in legal counsel. Mr. O'Day and Ms. Maine from Scott Holster, they were instrumental in guiding the college through those areas. Again, things that we never thought we would experience and had to.
What I saw during the pandemic was the trickiest things were when the president and the board chair had to make immediate decisions because they were given a 2-hour notice to make some kind of announcement. And there wasn't time to call a meeting or to even, in some cases, call all the board members and say, what do you think, you know, how do you handle this? But, so there were times where some of the boards with which I worked felt estranged and separated from the decision-making, that these were being made and they felt like they should have been involved in the whole decision. But it was, there were some of those that had such short timelines, it was almost impossible to.
And I think we came to an agreement as a board that, you know, he didn't need to wait on the board meeting to make a decision. And he had the authority given by the board to make a quick decision as long as he informed us. I had to decide on this, and then we got, you know, information so that we all knew that it was a quick decision and that he had made it. And, you know, and it was the right one.
The other difficult decision I'm seeing coming to boards these days is that colleges that have a salary system in place, that there are certain positions like computer and IT and others where you can't follow the system or you can't hire. And so, you know, when you're looking at an employee that you really need, whether it's for your network or for cybersecurity or whatever, and the marketplace pays them $100,000 and your salary system shows $60,000, you know, how do you handle that? And we used to be that way with nursing, where we had to add a complement to the nursing faculty because what they could earn, you know, in the private sector. I was out in Midland doing a search there. Of course, Midland is driven by the oil and gas economy, so everything's through the ceiling because oil and gas pays so much. And when I was there a year and a half ago, starting salary for an RN, no specialization like ER, ICU, overtime, anything like that, $84,000 starting salary for an entry-level RN, you know? So how do you know, and they were paying their dean of nursing at the time $85,000. And so they were asking, I was in that meeting with the hospital staff at Midland, and it's like, what are we gonna have to pay the dean? It's like, if you're not at 105 or above, you're not gonna attract a person to have a master's level and or a doctor of nursing practice and be able to do this. You know, so that's another tricky thing because boards try to have, you know, fairness and equity, but they're gonna be challenged in some areas to find individuals who can, you know, do that. And then the other tricky piece that I'm seeing colleges deal with now is in certain areas such as IT, some colleges have outsourced a ton of stuff, you know, to private companies that have done great work for them, but they just could not hire the individuals themselves. And so they've had to outsource those kind of things. And those are not necessarily policy issues, you know. And I think the other thing that advising, and Dr. Serrata can be real good at this, advising board members not to adopt policies that are going to hamstring them. So I'll give you an example. Let's say with budget cuts of $8 million, the introduction of more artificial intelligence in process parts of the college eventually, business office, financial aid, HR, all of those types of things. I want to come back to Bonnie's question a minute about expertise. And, you know, some colleges have adopted a policy saying we're not gonna reduce workforce. Well, that's a really dangerous policy because you may not have a choice, you know? So, and maybe you can do a lot of it through attrition and not through, you know, terminations. But I wanna come back to Bonnie's question. So you do have board members that have areas of expertise. And so what I have found works well is not to ignore those areas of expertise. So let's say, I'll give a perfect example. Some of you may or may not know Susan Moore-Fontenot. No. Susan was at Lee College for 38 years on the board, finally was defeated, but she was chair of CCATT for a year before that happened. She was an HR director at Goose Creek ISD in Baytown for 18 years. So she had big time HR background. So her board let her chair the search committees for the previous two presidents. And there have been times where HR issues came up and the board chair would actually work with the college president and say, I'd like to involve this trustee and get her opinion. So they leaned on the expertise without getting outside of the lane and just to hear what, it wasn't that she made the decision, but to consult on what she thought. So it could be that an HR decision came up with the college and Dr. Serrata decided to check with Dr. Graham and see what she thought, you know? I mean, that's not inappropriate to lean on expertise that people have. Now there's some that are more specific. You have sometimes engineers and CPAs and attorneys who can provide information, but it's tricky because you don't want that board member actually making decisions on behalf of the entire board. So if you have board members that have expertise, it's not inappropriate to have a one-on-one with the president asking them what they think, you know. But you have to be very careful to not let that spill over into decision making. Did that help, Bonnie?
Yes, it does. I mean, she's no longer here, so, I mean, the attorney one is a perfect example, right? You have an attorney on the board, and we'll have a conversation, and we'll say, what do you think? What should we do? We have our own attorney. We don't, even if that's that
Correct.
person's, you know, background, or showing up to a job site, you know, we've had in the past people to show up to, you know, whether it's construction or it's, anything, you know, even sport athletics, like you said, show up and why are you putting this player in? Wait a minute, that's not our job. You know, when their background might be athletics. That is where the tricky part is, and that's why I was asking that question.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna go back to what you were mentioning about policy, and you asked a question, and I don't think any of us answered, is what if somebody is in disagreement, you know, one of the employees over there is in disagreement of, you know, whatever, and they ask you, what are your thoughts? Even as a board, we've made this decision, you know, how do you answer that? I'm gonna turn it back on you.
Yeah, so.
What is a good way to
Yeah,
answer that?
So I'll give you an example. I was working with a college and they were trying to put in a pathways program. And there was tremendous resistance at the divisional director level. The board was way out of their lane. They crossed the solid line. And they just got mad because they bought into the pathways program where guided pathways were there. The board was into it. They thought it was an excellent program. But they were seeing resistance at the divisional director level, sort of like the person that supervised, could have been a dean level, but supervised the department chairs. So what did they do at one of their next meetings? They have a motion and a second to do away with all divisional chairs, and did. Now, the next president came in and had to put it back in, you know, structurally, because, you know, but there's an example of where, you know, a board let their emotions and we're gonna show you who's in control, took over, you know? And so here's the way that I was asked that exact question. How should we, as board members, respond when we hear the pushback from the faculty and staff? And the answer is, you know, the board acts as a whole, the board voted for this, and my job as a board member is to support the actions of the board. So maybe you individually disagreed with the decision, and you might have voted no, in the actual vote. So here's what doesn't work well. I'm working with a board, hopefully not much longer, because well, you know how, it's like, if I were a therapist and I had a client who made no progress, it's like, why do they keep coming to see me, And then they say in therapy, well, I just can't change, I've always been this way. Well, then why are you coming to therapy, Well, so I've got a board that is 6-3 all the time, I mean, just about. Not always, sometimes they have a unanimous vote, but a lot of times 6-3. And this clique of 3 sort of consults ahead of time and decides how it's gonna vote and what its deal is. And which is illegal, but they do it anyway. So they're voting 6-3, 6-3, 6-3. So they get beat in the vote 6-3. But instead of saying, the board has voted and we support the actions of the full board, they go out and post on Facebook, I didn't support this, I voted against it, but I'm in the minority and this didn't work. And I mean, totally inappropriate, But the answer, Bonnie, is even if you agree or disagree, the answer is when boards approve action, not just policy, and even if it's on a split vote, which is not unhealthy, the answer is the full board voted this, my job as a board member is to support the actions of the full board. And that would be the common generic answer I would give over and over. Without getting into the details, you don't ever really want to get into the details with trying to explain it to them, because if they're mad about it, it's not going to make a difference, And I think the simple answer is, my job as a board member is to support the actions of the full board, whether or not, and I'm on record as voting against it, but now that the board has approved it, my job is to support the actions of the board. That's tough for a lot of board members because they're letting go of their individual independence and professionalism and their opinion and integrity, and they lost, But that's the nature of being on a board. You don't always win. And you don't come back afterwards and say, well, we should have done this. And so there's one board that was considering buying a building and going to use it for a specific purpose. It had an old roof on it. They knew it had an old roof on it. They discussed it when they considered buying the building. The guy who'd been a plant manager for 12 years said, we don't need that. It's going to be $200,000 to replace that roof. Yeah, but the building's net worth is worth this many million, and we can use it, and we can get it for a song, so we ought to buy it and know that we're gonna have to replace the roof. They bought it, okay? 2 years later, they get a bid come through to replace the roof, $200,000. At the meetings, I told you we shouldn't have bought this. I told you we shouldn't have bought this because it's gonna cost $200,000. Look, now we're gonna spend $200,000 on this.
I know that guy.
You know that guy?
He's in the mirror. I see him every morning in the mirror.
Thank you, John. But seriously, it is tricky because you let go of a little of your independence when you're on a board, and that's back to that slide about teamwork, is that there's alignment to agree on certain things, and disagreeing is okay. The guy that hired me, Dr. Watson, back in 1975, he had 4 board meetings a year. If he ever had a negative vote, he would visit with every board member about the agenda ahead of the meeting, 9 board members. If he ever had one negative vote, he'd pull the item and not have it on the agenda. He went through 14 years of presidency without ever having one negative vote ever. It's not healthy, It means there's not deliberation, not respect for difference of opinion. And there are board members that will always vote with the majority because they don't want to have any dissent, even though they disagree. My opinion is that's your time to disagree, is in the vote. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not a dissenter because you have a different opinion. And so I think that's healthy. but the question is what you do with it after the fact. And I think that there are gonna be times, I'm gonna make a prediction. Your job as board members is gonna get a little tougher moving forward. Because what I see coming, whether it's finance, change in artificial intelligence, legislative intrusion, I think there's gonna be some tough days where boards have to do things that make them very uncomfortable, but we won't have a choice. And there will be pushback, either from the faculty, staff, students, or from the public, you know? And so, if you know what you have to do and why you have to do it, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. I was Dean of Admissions Registrar, 90 to 96. In 93, college hired a president. They didn't do the background checks at all. This was a guy who had a harassment claim against him at Houston Community College, and they moved him out of the college into the system office with one secretary doing accreditation so that he wasn't in contact with a bunch of people. They never ran their references or anything. They hired him to be president. He was a compromised candidate. We had a board member, we had 9 board members, one had a stroke, so we had 8. We had 4 board members that wanted the dean of OCAD and 4 members that wanted an outside guy. The board was deadlocked. They could not, after multiple votes, agree. So they went to their 3rd candidate. And that's the guy that was my predecessor. And he depleted 40% of the college reserves in his 3 years. He went from 310 employees up to over 400 employees in that same amount of time. You know, I had to do cleanup when I came in. It wasn't fun at all. You know, let go of about 80 employees and freeze salaries, at least initially. And I took a $20,000 cut off what the board offered me on my salary right off the top to start because I knew what I was going to have to do and I had to have credibility to do it. You know, those are not fun things to do. But the board was not functional at the time either. They would meet at the local dry cleaner place, which was one of the board, and plan at his office how they were going to vote on all the votes and who was going to make the motion, who was going to do the second, and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it was a mess. And so, you know, I saw the downside of boards that were acting as independent people and not as a team, as a unit. But what I do see coming up is as finances get tight, colleges have to make decisions. I think there will be some folks eventually in process functions who are not needed because of technology. I think it will happen. And can they be repurposed for other positions and trained? That's a good question. Possibly, you know. And legislative intrusion for no, I can't see that ending quickly, you know. Eventually, the tide will turn, but we're still in that upward swing of intrusion. And what I think is that we're going to see a loss of more local control. And the problem is, it comes back on you all, because you're going to get blamed for some of that action and policy, which you had no control over, but you simply have to do what you have to do. And that's why it's so important for the board to be speaking with one voice. And if you do have someone who's out there, not maybe even maliciously, but just sort of ignorantly engaging in activity with current faculty, staff, students, and expressing a lot of these opinions, you know, that can be destructive for creating a unified message for the board. It doesn't have to be groupthink. It's stuff you work through and agree on what your message is. But then once you agree, then you pretty much stay with that message, if that makes sense. Let's see, is there anything else on policy that you have questions about? Or the other thing where I think college attorney is very helpful is to really, and not just Senate Bill 37, but with other legislation, to look very closely at what I mentioned earlier, shall and may, because a lot of colleges that I've seen already are just interpreting everything as shall, And they've got some flexibility on things that they can do but don't have to do. And so knowing what those are is critical for boards. The other thing that Francisco and I were talking about that was very frustrating for me as a college president, and I don't know if you've encountered this at all, but when we had recommendations from deans and directors for non-renewal of faculty for various reasons. So I'll give you an example. The dean of Allied Health recommended a biology instructor for non-renewal. Why? The previous semester, in one of his classes, he did not have one student get an A, B, or C. Not one. The entire class either got a D, an F, or a W. They worked with him on teaching methodology. Next semester, no improvement. He was on an action plan, so he was recommended for non-renewal, okay? His evaluations showed his deficits. The board felt comfortable with that decision. We had at least 2 or 3 other individuals recommended for non-renewal. And when they came for their appearance before the board, they brought their evaluations that showed they'd exceeded expectations in every evaluation. So it made it really tough to, it's like, how could they have gotten exceeded expectations and done fine, and here we are recommending them for non-renewal? That's an administrative thing. But if you, the board, encounter that, part of your job is to give administration a directive that we don't want to see people coming in front of us recommended for non-renewal, and we're supposed to do that when the evaluations don't match, you know, so.
I think we cleaned that up already,
Yeah, we worked on that.
but it was ongoing for quite a while.
Yeah, okay.
And, you know, but we cleaned it up, I think, with the help of the attorneys, because they did more training and they're still reminding.
We still have a couple of.
Yeah. They still want, but it was like a gold mine here, because everybody was filing lawsuits, left and right.
I know, and you have to push back enough to where it's no longer lucrative for the plaintiff's attorneys to keep filing suits.
We're getting there, or that's part of the goal to get there.
We had our college attorney actually meet with all the supervisors who did evaluations and actually talk to them from a legal standpoint as to, it's fine to say someone meets expectations, they don't have to exceed, you know? So it's like everybody wants an A in class, you know? It's great inflation. Okay.
We've had those trainings as well, and we continue to have those. Scott Holtz has been instrumental in providing training to all supervisors across the district, and so we'll set an A and they'll come in and provide that guidance and that training, and that's been very useful. And Dr. Graham's right. I mean, there was a time it was very difficult for me. I'm sure you were in this position too, where you know the college did nothing wrong, and we were still settling, and that was very difficult. I had to learn how to let it go.
And
Spent a lot of time on the tread.
You as board members may be aware of this, but so, you know, I was sharing with Francisco, we had a director of physical plant, and we had told him 3 years in advance, we're gonna outsource grounds custodial maintenance. We're no longer gonna run those crews. The year before he's about to lose his job, because he's no longer gonna be director, there's no physical plant to be director of, he claimed we had illegally got rid of asbestos. He was trying to do a whistleblower status to get a protected status, so we couldn't fire him. Well, we let him go anyway. We non-renewed his contract. So he sued us. So I was already out as college president, but I had to go to the mediation because it happened under my tenure, and my successor was already in place. And, you know, he started out on 300,000, and by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he was down to 100,000. And the insurance guy said, we're gonna take it. I said, but no, I've got the documentation, 3 years worth of documentation. I can prove that we told them ahead of time and all this happened. And we had the state TCEQ and the state health, and everybody came in and exonerated us on the asbestos. There was no illegal activity. You know, this is a slam dunk. He goes, listen, we haven't even gone to depositions yet. And by the time we do this and get this and go to court, we'll be way over 100,000. So we're telling you, take it for 100,000 or you're on your own nickel. You know, and so, I mean, I didn't like it, you know, I hated it, because I knew I was right, but it was the economics of the issue, you know?
And that's difficult. It was very hard.
And on the flip side, your premiums go up,
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, despite the fact that you wanna challenge the decision
Yeah.
and go forward, that's the collateral effect. You're ending up actually paying more on the
Premium,
back
because they
end.
paid, yeah, I know. I know. So, we're gonna take a lunch break, and then this afternoon we'll do Senate Bill 37, and then following that, we're gonna do advocacy. And that's an important discussion right now because and I'll just give you a little heads up ahead of time, we have often thought of ourselves as being the advocates. And where we now need to shift gears is we need to enlist a whole cadre of advocates for the college who are not us, who have power, prestige, money, and can actually make things happen. We'll talk about how to do that. We'll have a serious discussion on where things are going state budgetarily. And it's certainly not my decision or a decision today, but I want to at least frame that discussion on the tax rate as an example of the advocacy piece. And I have some definite thoughts on it, which are just my thoughts. So, and then the last thing we'll do is, beginning when I said stretch and then stretch a little higher. So I want to ask the question is, what are 2 or 3 things, you can be thinking about this, that the board could do as an adopted plan for the upcoming year that improves their function? It could be something like we all read the materials before a meeting, or we have individuals who show up for college events, or we schedule 1 or 2 really deep dives into some really strategic things that we can't do normally at meetings, etc. Those are just examples, but we'll talk about what could be 1 or 2 or 3 things that sort of take this board to the next level. And then hopefully our 2 members that couldn't make it today are able to watch this all since we're recording it, and they can be part of that future discussion. So, we good?
Excellent. Yeah. Please, lunch is ready. Please serve yourselves. Mr. Uxer stepped out. He'll be back after lunch.
So we're taking a break for what, an hour?
We do have an hour scheduled, yes.
11:48.
So they came in and they had to adjust the thermostat.
We're back on and it's 12:55 p.m. Dr. Smith has joined us. He's gonna keep us awake and engaged.
Yeah, so as I shared with the board earlier, Dr. Smith gave me plenty of notice on his retirement, which I was able to talk him out of once. The second time, Joy, his wife, won. And I certainly appreciate and understand that. But I told Dr. Smith upon his retirement, if you wish to come back in a part-time capacity, I know that we'll find good work for you to do. And fortunately, he was willing to take that on. One of the things that I asked Dr. Smith to work on was Senate Bill 37 and our compliance with Senate Bill 37. This timing of this retreat was optimal because we knew that we needed to get some things in front of the board with regards to Senate Bill 37. And so Dr. Smith was kind enough to work on this and bring us up to speed. So Dr. Smith, welcome back as usual. You weren't gone for long. And he has the best work week. He has a 2-day work week, and he has like very long weekends, which certainly appreciate. But he's been wonderful to me and always someone that I can bounce things off of and can offer me the truth even when it's the brutal truth. Please, Dr. Smith.
So before we begin with Dr. Smith's presentation, we'll just read item 5.1.
Good point. Thank you, Bill.
Item 5.1, Dr. Stephen E. Smith, Special Projects Administrator, will provide an update on Senate Bill 37 findings.
Very good. Well, first of all, it's so good to see all of you, so board members, Dr. Strada, Dr. Holda, it's good to see you again as well. So it's a funny thing about the second time that Dr. Strada was talking about where Joy said, no, basically you have to retire. At the point where Dr. Strada said, hey, are you interested in doing any projects? All of a sudden, Joy did a 180. It's like, yeah, you can go back. So, not sure what happened. We finished all the honeydews, and I think she was ready for me to get back out of the house. I'm not sure what the legislators were thinking last session, but I think one thread is that board members don't have enough to do. So they've given you a number of responsibilities. Senate Bill 37, you all are pretty familiar with it, is a large, comprehensive bill. There's a lot of pieces to it. Probably the most memorable part for the board members is when we had to reconstitute the faculty senate. And so we did that a year ago. You might recall this bill dissolved faculty senates unless the board chooses to have a faculty senate. And to your credit, you passed a resolution creating the faculty association. That was about a year ago. And fast forward to today, there's still parts of the bill that we need to make sure that are on everybody's radar because there's some deadlines and some reports that will have to go in this year related to that bill. I'm going to focus on one aspect of the bill, but here's 4 parts that I want to make sure everybody's aware of. And the reason I wanted to bring these up is you're going to start to see this upcoming year at various board meetings, things that you haven't seen before. And you might be wondering, well, why are you bringing that to us? And of course, at the time, when we do bring it, we will bring those forward for you. So the first one, the governing board must establish goals. And I'll try not to read the slides, but there's some specific language in the bill that I want to make sure I use as well. And so before I departed in January, I'd had a number of debriefing sessions with Dr. Serrata and Dr. Penley, who I've been working closely with on the curriculum aspect of this. And the question was, does the board set goals? And you're probably thinking, well, of course we set goals, but there's really no document from the board that says, here are the goals that we set for the institution. The bill says you have to do that. And so we can talk a little bit about what those might look like. I'm going to show my ignorance now. I don't think at a retreat we're able to vote on past things, right? Is that
There are no action items.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Great. If there is an action item that needs to come up, it will have to happen during a regular board meeting or a special board meeting where you posted those things, right? So one of the things that you might consider is to ask the college to have goals that reflect what you've done with Dr. Serrata during his evaluations. And he was kind enough to share a couple of them with me, things like ensure financial stability, a valid goal, especially given the current environment that we're in fiscally. Succession planning. There have been a lot of changes at the institution in the cabinet and dean level and higher positions. You know, what does that look like? So that was one of the things that you had discussed with Dr. Schreiber, or he had discussed with you during his evaluation. So you might consider a goal around that. Strengthen our partnership with UTEP and local businesses. Those are valid goals as well. And so I'll just put it on your radar that it's probably going to be a good idea for you to reinforce and maybe use specific language. These are the goals that we're setting for the institution. No sense in reinventing a bunch of things, right? We already have valid efforts that are going on at the institution, projects, things that Dr. Strada and his cabinet are working on that fit nicely with various goals. So that's one thing that the bill actually says that the board has to do. It talks a little bit about positions. I'm going to refresh your memory. A number of months back, we moved in the board agendas the hiring documents from an approval section of the board agenda to an informational portion of the agenda. Dr. Graham?
Going back to the goals, are there any that are suggested as far as the student outcomes?
There are not, but having said that, SACS asks us to speak to certain metrics as well, and to have a goal that dovetails in with certain accrediting agency requirements and language would probably be a good idea.
Yeah,
If you wanted to set a goal like that.
The strategic plan that the board votes on, we have metrics in the strategic plan.
Right, and that's why I was bringing it up. Maybe it's part of the strategic plan, but are we supposed to look at moving them into goals now?
Yeah, perfectly valid idea to take those strategic plan projected outcomes and make them goals, absolutely.
Okay, just because I want to make sure that our goals show that students are the priority. And I know financial stability and succession planning and everything is just as important, but that we include the students at the forefront of the goals.
And of course, aligning your goals with the strategic plan is perfect.
And actually later today, when we talk about an action plan for the board for the upcoming year, that particular item of constructing that goal statement that includes those things might be one of the items that the board decides to adopt as a project for the upcoming year.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So the governing board has the ability to approve or deny the hiring of basically my position that I had at the institution, the provost or vice president of instruction. Currently, those positions, as I said a minute ago, show up in an information part of the agenda. You're not approving it, you're not denying it, but the language is pretty specific here. And so we've been working with Marlena Field, with Dr. Penley to look at the current policy, the TASB policies, and making revisions that will move at least this position to something where you're actually approving or denying that. You're also given the authority.
I'm sorry, is that like a recommendation to the president, or are we supposed to make that decision as a board?
You are supposed to make the decision as the board, approve or deny the position. And so currently the only positions you actually approve, as I recall, is tenured faculty. Those are still in the approval section. So I think the revision to the policy will simply move this position into that same category.
You used to approve them all.
Yeah.
And then Sachs said you don't have to do that, and we adjusted, and then the state said, well, wait a minute, we think
The
you
board
do
doesn't have
this.
enough to do, so
Yes.
let's give them some
So
more
it's
things
gonna
to
go
do.
back,
Just
Just
his
the one
role.
position.
Yes.
Dr. Myers.
Dr. Meisner,
Okay.
yes. Well said.
Yeah.
He's not here right now, so Dr. Smith.
Your role.
There have been ample issues that have come up recently where I've had the maybe too much pleasure in saying, well, that's a Dr. Amaya problem. Not a Steve problem. And he's doing a great job. Similarly to that position, you are given the authority for dean level positions and higher to overturn those hiring practices. That's not in policy right now either. Exactly the same policy is involved in hiring, so we're looking to revise that to in some form or fashion give you, the board, an opportunity, should you choose to do so, to overturn the hiring of a dean or higher level position.
Now, we have the
That's a
ability,
main,
but we don't have to.
that's a main statement.
I mean, we don't have to
I like the man.
put it on the,
May,
It's not a shall.
shall we may?
Yeah, it says may,
I hate that we have.
but you currently don't have any opportunity to exercise that at all. And so we're looking to revise the policy around that. Now keep in mind, these are not things I'm here to talk about. These are things I'm putting on your radar because at some board meeting, you may very well see some action brought before you is probably a result of one of these Senate bill clauses. You also have to submit to the state annually changes in any administration, dean level and above. And we were brainstorming, Dr. Conley and I were brainstorming. We've had a number of changes this academic year, and so we will have to submit to the state a list of those changes. Maybe for Francisco's benefit, I think Malena was wanting some clarity around whether interim positions need to be reported in here as well. Steve's
Are you
personal.
recording actual names of individuals holding the position or just
Name and title.
name and
Exactly.
title?
I don't know why you would exclude interim positions, so.
Yeah, that's my thought as well, that they hold the position at least temporarily. It would, in my opinion, it would fall under Senate Bill 37.
And you see in parentheses there, it says to multiple entities. There's a long list of people this report has to go to. It's insane.
And keep in mind, this is an example of where the community college got dragged into an initiative primarily directed toward the universities. The governor appoints all of the regents and trustees at university level, so they are people who've either given a lot of money to his campaign or politically have congruence with his set of beliefs or the party's set of beliefs. So what triggered this a lot was there were at various universities and colleges individuals who were publicly critical of Dan Patrick and other elected officials. And so they want the regents to have the ability to respond to any faculty member of stature, dean and above, whom they think is not with the program. So, but we're not characteristically, we don't behave that way as community colleges, but it's an example of where the bill was primarily directed toward the universities, but the net they cast included us.
Yes, thank you for that context, and feel free to jump in at any point. Dr. Strada and I were talking, we probably both read this bill 20 times, and every time we read it, it's like, oh yeah, there's a new piece to that. Because it tackles like 5 different things, and so you tend to read the bill, the part of the bill that only refers to faculty senates when you're looking at that, right? And then it's very comprehensive.
Maybe when the issues like that are brought to the board, you can have a little attachment at the bottom that says to be in compliance with S Bill 37. That way we know that it's not something
That's
you
a good
just
point.
came up with, but that it's something we have to do.
No, I think in the abstract, we can easily put a clause that says, in accordance with SB 37, the board needs to take this action.
In the agenda item.
All right, so what am I here to talk about? So that's the fun stuff that I'm just putting on your radar, things that, as I was leaving, were kind of keeping me up at night, that I wanted to make sure somebody at some point made sure we were in compliance with these things. So here today, what we're interested in is talking about a rather onerous thing that the legislators put on your plate, and that is that the board is tasked with assessing the general education curriculum, which in the legislation is defined as the core curriculum, every 5 years. And while that sounds great, the first one has to be done this year. So by January 1, the board has to assess the core curriculum and certify that they've done so to the state. And there's a number of entities that they have to do that. So as part of that, the first bullet there, or first item there, you have the authority, we will annually submit to you any changes that we've made to the core curriculum. So here's the good news, so that you can say yes or no to that. The good news is we haven't changed the core curriculum in a number of years now, so there were no changes to the core curriculum this past academic year. You also may reserve the right to overturn any core curriculum changes that we've made. They've really, the legislators have really put you in control of some of the curricular issues at the college.
Is that an assumption
Except for raising taxes.
that all board members have curriculum knowledgeable and experts?
That's a good question, right? I'm sure most of us are not. And even those of us that have been in the business for many, many years, don't ask me about the cosmetology curriculum, right? That would be a bad idea. And so it's a rather onerous thing. The first one has to be done this fall. And I will read each of those. Item number 4, the first certification that you've done the work has to be conducted by January 1st. We've got a tighter timeline. I'll talk more about what the timeline is.
I'm sorry, can we go back to number 3? Because, I thought you were moving past number 3.
Yeah, I actually jumped to 4, but you have to assess the curriculum every 5 years.
Yeah, but a review of the institution's core curriculum at least once every 5 years. I can guarantee you the board does not have a handle on the curriculum, that we've had in the past. We wouldn't have to have a quick overview by yourself, or somebody says this is what the curriculum consists of, for this past year or whatever. Because it's almost ridiculous that they think that the boards are gonna have knowledge of the curriculum. And I work with curriculum, but not at the community college level. And if we could have a quick overview.
Sure.
So we can say, yes, we know.
Not to tip my hand too much, but the legislation does allow the board to form a committee to help with the work. They don't have to do it themselves.
A committee of board members or
A
staff?
committee, let me just jump to that slide.
Review it and what? What are we gonna do?
I'll come back.
Yeah.
What are we doing with that?
So a couple of things,
So-
it's a great question, I'll jump in and then
Sure.
Dr. Smith can jump in, Dr. Holda as well.
I'm
So-
sorry, it's because I
No,
think these
Dr.
are
Holda,
serious if it's.
Yeah, review it.
It is, these are the right questions that you all are asking. And so, a couple of things. There is a committee that Dr. Smith will describe that you can appoint, and my recommendation to you is that you appoint a committee. Otherwise, then the board would have to take that onus upon themselves, and you're right. Each of you has your own careers, your own specialties. You are elected members of this board that we certainly respect, but we also respect your time. And it's our responsibility, so my suggestion or my recommendation would be that you appoint a committee. The committee will then turn around and provide a report to the board, and the board can use that as guidance. The law, I always think of Evan Smith when he was the editor of the Tribune, and Dr. Holda and I were there in this was during El Paso days, but we were both in Austin at that time. I think it was in 2017. And Evan Smith said, this is going to be a session of local control or controlling the locals. And this really is Austin's approach, or the legislature's approach, to have much more of a hand in the way that we do things at different institutions. And this bill went through several iterations. We were able to reduce the impact, but it's still a heavy hand from my perspective of, in this. In addition to all of that, you have to review the current core curriculum by the 1st of January. And I can share with you all that right now, there's movement towards reducing the core. It's a 42-hour core currently, and there's significant movement to reducing that to a 30-hour core. So I can assure you, between now and 5 years from now, you'll have to review it again as it is reduced.
And I think most colleges that are experienced already dealing with this, they're relying on administration to pretty much conduct and lead the board through the review, and they're not as concerned as does the board really understand it or get it. They want to basically be able to check the box and say, we went through the process, we complied. I'm not saying that that's where you want to go, but I'm just saying a number of colleges are not, I don't want to say taking it seriously, but they know they're not curriculum experts, and they're going to rely on administration to pretty much lead them through it, where they can check the box and say, we reviewed.
The thing on the committee that I would find it difficult again to say, okay, I want so-and-so on the committee to do this, preliminary review or whatever, because I don't know the people that are knowledgeable in there. I mean, I could
How do
be
we find these
recommending
people,
somebody
right?
that.
We have recommendations for
Okay,
you.
it's like,
Okay.
We have recommendations for you, and most of them that will be recommended you do know. And so as they come forward and Dr. Smith goes through it, he'll review who we're recommending.
and they want to do it?
They will be voluntold
Okay.
to do it.
They've already
They've already
expressed interest,
yes.
absolutely. So, to answer your first question, Dr. Graham, who can be on the committee, these are the folks that are listed in the legislation. So full-time faculty employed by the district makes perfect sense, right?
Yes.
Institution administrators, well, maybe Fergie Flores isn't the right, he's our CFO for Dr. Holder's benefit. Maybe the right person, but we have plenty of administrators that are, curriculum, they come from faculty that can assist with the work. Community leaders, industry reps, I'll lump those together and just say that all of our CTE programs have advisory committee representation on there.
And those are, easier for us to determine people that we know in the community that
Yeah.
would
But
be
it's-
good partners.
But this is May, right? So we don't have to have community leaders and
Correct.
industry representatives. What we
And although CTE isn't necessarily the same as the core, all of our advisory committee members talk about the general ed aspects of those programs and what they're looking for in new employees.
Does this refer also to the 15 hours in the AAS?
Pretty much, yeah. For us, those are mostly core courses, absolutely. And then there's a catch-all at the end, any other individual selected by the board of trustees. So theoretically, but anybody on the committee that you feel you want to. Here are the recommendations, and then I'll back up a couple of slides and catch you up. Proposed, it's really y'all's choice who should be on this committee. I've been working with Dr. Penley very closely. Dr. Penley oversees the curriculum office now. We made some changes in reporting. That used to report to Dr. Mitchell, now reports to Dr. Penley. Mr. Roush is our director of curriculum instruction, so he interfaces not only with the faculty as they're creating courses and programs and making core course revisions, but he also works with the coordinating board. So everything we submit goes through Anthony's office. Ms. Rebecca Bell is our Director of Student Learning Outcomes. Dr. Burnham, of course, is our Faculty Association President, or his designee is probably how we should phrase that. Although Dr. Burnham has expressed an interest in serving. Dr. Aguilera is the Curriculum Committee Chair, and so she's also expressed an interest in serving. And then if I'm still around, I'm happy to serve as well. We've gone through a number of changes in the core curriculum, Dr. Holt and I were just talking about, when they reduced it to 60 hours and all that fun stuff that's gone on over the years, that, perhaps there's some institutional knowledge that I can bring.
Dr. Smith, if I'm not mistaken, from Rebecca to Melissa, they're all faculty senate presidents. So, past, Dr. Burnham, the current, and then 2 past faculty senate presidents who have been extremely good to work with. They understand, they get the laws as well. And I think that they would serve in this committee well.
Everybody on this list, save for Mr. Roush, has been a faculty member, tenured faculty member at the institution. Mr. Roush has been a faculty member, but he comes from the outside where he served in that capacity.
Dr. Smith, do you think it would make sense to have an odd-numbered committee? I don't expect that there's gonna be probably much
Perhaps, yeah.
controversy, but
If there's anyone else y'all wanna think about putting on the committee?
I mean, how many do we have to pick? 1, 2, 3, or 6?
It doesn't say.
Doesn't say.
Yeah. You can choose as many. I can see some validity to an odd number, right? In case there's some vote,
Yeah.
right, tie in some form or fashion. So food for thought, again, I don't think we can take action today and approve a committee today, right? So we'll need to make sure we plan on that. Let me back up a couple of slides because I did want to kind of talk about the core and the legislation. So this is where we left off. So when you're evaluating the core curriculum, general ed curriculum, what is the state asking you to look at? Well, these are the criteria. And I'll read the first one, and you guys can read the rest. But courses are foundational and fundamental to a sound post-secondary education. Well, that's sufficiently vague, right? That, at some level, you're gonna have to make a determination, does it meet that? And the others are worded very similar. They're very broad statements. They make a good citizen, the betterment of society, so these are the kinds of things, and I'll tell you our approach in just a minute. But the last one's important as well. In reviewing the core curriculum, the board should consider potential costs for the student. We already take all tuition and fees through the board. And so, while we always want to consider, the cost to the student, you're already looking at that as a board member. Same thing when we bring the CE new course and revised course costs here. Of course, in the recent past, we haven't been able to change much about the cost of tuition. But it does include textbooks and other fees, and some programs are more expensive than others, obviously. Nursing is a very expensive program for students as well. So those are the things, and I will point out one document. I don't want you to read it. I'll just show it to you. It's in your packet. I think it's the 3rd section. We've taken a stab at a draft rubric. So if you were going to assess a course in the core curriculum, in light of these things, what sorts of questions would you ask yourself? And so a group of us, including most of those people on the list of recommended committee members, have been working on this. It is draft. It's your call what that document looks like. My personal belief, it's a pretty solid document at this point. I'll just mention the first one. So it's foundational and fundamental. We also referenced a TASB policy number. You have the 2 TASB policies in your notebook as well. If you ever have trouble sleeping, just pull that out and start looking at that. And you also have a copy of the entire Senate bill in the binder as well. So courses, operational question. Courses teach essential concepts of a recognized field. And then for every one of these, if you look about midway through that first paragraph, it says optional evidence sources. So what would you look at to decide these things, right? The course syllabi, learning outcomes. Every program has learning outcomes. Program maps, peer institutions. So a lot of these courses we have are mirrored statewide in their core curriculum. So if it's good enough for them, it's good enough for us, or vice versa. And so we've tried to make it as easy as possible for each of the reviewers by giving them suggested documents to look at, questions to ask themselves about the course itself. It's a simple yes/no checklist. Our suggested interpretation is that if a course meets the majority of the responses as yes, then it meets the criteria. If that doesn't happen, then further investigation, and maybe that's where having a tiebreaker would come in for that.
Is the coordinating board going to be the entity that reviews all of these submissions?
It's a great question, Dr. Holden. Who in the world is going to review this?
Nobody.
So what goes into the coordinating board incidentally is a certification that you've done the work. Coordinating board doesn't get this. You're just gonna say, yep, we did it. And that's it. It goes to the coordinating board and a couple of other entities, legislators. But we wanna make it as easy as possible for the reviewers as we move forward. So that's how we're gonna assess kind of, or we're recommending to assess these vague questions. You'll notice that there's more than 5 criteria in here. We're hoping that this will also serve a dual purpose as, well, you may not know that we, to comply with the coordinating board and SAC's requirements, we have to assess the general ed core and write that up and defend it to both SACs and the coordinating board anyway. So we're hoping that this document can kind of help with all of that as well. All right, let me move forward a little bit. The second thing that you have in your packet, besides the presentation, is a little description of what our core is. And Dr. Strada also already mentioned that it's 42 hours. There are 9 component areas.
Now that 72 is reduced from previous years.
It likely is, yes. We've reduced our core over the years, absolutely. So you might ask yourself, if there's 42 hours, why do we have 72 courses, right? And I think that's really at the heart of what the state is asking itself. So on page 2 of that document, I'll just point out life and physical science. All of those courses, you have to take 6 hours, all of those courses meet the block. So students have a lot of leeway depending on their major, on which of the physical science classes to take. So that's why there's 72 courses, but only 42 hours for the core. A lot of majors choose different science classes, right? So health occupations, they like biology. Other programs might like physics instead. And so a lot of what a student would choose is based on their degree time. I will kind of piggyback on what Dr. Schroeder mentioned. So without a small amount of consternation, this little group I've been describing that's working this up has noted that the state has a statewide committee, also a part of Senate Bill 37. They formed a statewide committee to make recommendations to the coordinating board to consolidate, that's the word used in the bill, the core curriculum. At this point, no recommendations have been made. I think the recommendations are due September 1. I'd have to read the bill again, it's somewhere in there. And then what the coordinating board does with that is anyone's guess.
A lot of indication that they're gonna reduce the core. There's other pieces that fit into this that will influence it. I serve on the SACS COC Executive Committee. SACS was one of the last accrediting bodies to move forward with a reduced hour or a 3-year baccalaureate. And there's gonna be institutions in Texas that will move forward with 3-year baccalaureate degrees. And as a result, from my perspective, the only way that you can really reduce 2 to 3 hour baccalaureate is by eliminating much of the core.
Which area would you think that you would suggest looking
I
at for
would-
elimination?
Dr. Graham, I have no idea what they're gonna be looking at.
Because I'm looking at that, I don't see which area we could say, let's take this off. Or
So there's a couple, so I'll give an example. In Texas, we feel that Texas government is something that our students should study as opposed to just national government. That's one place. We know the shifts in trying to choose my words very wisely. The shifts in some of the historical context of certain
Sanitizing American history
Thank you, Dr. Holden.
to say that there was no such thing as slavery, that was.
Which would eliminate the first American history course. So the second course, if everyone remembers when we all took history.
Starts after the Civil War.
Correct. So that's 6 hours that I could quickly think that they would shift in that direction.
Well, one big one that we're kind of concerned about, if you look at the very bottom, there's something called a component area option. And if you look at the second page of this, what you see that we have selected as our component area options are Education 1300, which a lot of colleges do not have in their core curriculum. Some of them teach it as a developmental ed course, and then Comp 2. And so there's been a lot of questions about, does a productive citizen need Comp 2 or Education 1300?
That's 12 hours right there, just in those 4 courses. The issue that Dr. Smith brings up with Comp 2,
As English majors that we have in the room.
yes, is that, English Composition 1 is the first college level English course, and then rhetoric follows it. So if we think that rhetoric wouldn't apply and that we really only need Comp 1, what I see is that, so the universities with the, Dr. Holden and I will go back to our registrar days, with the passage of the 120-hour rule, I don't remember, 20 years ago, roughly, the 120-hour rule reduced baccalaureate degrees to no more than 120 hours, and there are some very specific exemptions, engineering, things of that nature. When I was in an engineering major, I think my degree plan called for 132 hours. It was like 5 mathematics courses. And the way the universities have reduced this is they expect students to come in with the competencies. And so at A&M, you don't actually take Comp 1. The degree plans start with rhetoric, and you're expected to have the competencies of Comp 1 already. They don't start even with Calculus 1 anymore, they start with Cal 2, but you're expected to have the competencies of Cal 1 as you enter. So this is a system where the state has tightened the requirements over time, and institutions
Some institutions have taken 4-hour accounting,
correct.
science, and other accounting and other classes, and reduced them to 3 hours, but you got the same amount of work.
Right.
So that was their way to get the numbers lowered, by simply saying we'll give 3 hours credit instead of 4.
Yeah.
So.
And would that, at that point, would it be optional, or can we act on a recommendation of the administration?
Yeah, we will provide recommendations on all of this as this continues to work and come forward. Again, I anticipate that this session would probably see a law that will impact the core curriculum, and that we'll all have to adhere to.
And both of us are old enough to remember when there was a time when 4 hours of kinesiology or PE was required at all institutions. And little by little, it tricked down to 2, and then A&M was about the only other university still offering or requiring PE. And everybody just, when the UT system did away with it with all their groups, it just disappeared. Computer literacy was another class that was considered essential, that pretty much disappeared. There's some question about whether or not speech is required these days, as a core class. So, and it is true that we did have 150, 140, 130 hour baccalaureate programs, and as Steve and I were talking about, is it used to be students could take piano, guitar, art lessons, kinesiology, different things for enrichment. Now we have distilled everything down into, is it practical and useful in the workforce? And so if it's not, let's chuck it. The other big unknown is, are we going to put in a technology requirement in the core curriculum that sort of keys off of artificial intelligence that makes people, it's like the old computer literacy class where you didn't Word, Excel, Publisher, PowerPoint, those applications, and learn to be literate, sort of, in a variety of those applications. And the faculty who were teaching that decried the fact that computer literacy disappeared because they were maintaining that the students were arriving, even after having it in high school and middle school, still incompetent, but it sort of went by the wayside. But I've heard the same thing about speech and the one history and, political science and on, how valuable are those? So it's sad in a way because the diverse liberal, and I don't mean politically liberal, but liberal art type environment to create the well-rounded person who understood language, philosophy, theology, mathematics, the sciences, that's disappeared. It's now minimalist oriented. What's the minimal that you have to be functional in a job? And I don't see that ending anytime soon. And part of the motivation is the state doesn't want to pay for those. So what they've got in their back pocket is if we limit the number of hours toward a degree that we'll pay for it. So instead of 120, let's go to 90. Now we only have to pay for 90 hours. Anybody who takes more than 90 hours, it's their own nickel. The state doesn't reimburse the college for any of those extra hours. Same thing with the core curriculum, and there's a big discussion even on the technical side of should we create a technical core, measurement, safety, those classes that no matter what AAS or certificate program you're following, are there 4 or 5 blueprint reading, are there 4 or 5 of those classes that make so much sense, whether you go into welding, industrial mechanics, air conditioning, heating, you could use those. But I think what I'm seeing is they're talking about being efficient and getting students through more quickly. I think it has a financial motivation where they're going to limit what they pay for, much like they did with repeats in developmental classes and those types of things. So and then I think the other question is we've seen colleges who have gone beyond core curriculum and they're dealing with the elements of the college syllabus and the very components of chapters in the syllabus. And there are multiple lawsuits going on right now where instructors, professors have been ordered to delete a certain chapter or section in their syllabus. So it's that level of drill down that board members are imposing on administrative leaders to impose on faculty. So I don't know how much of that will filter down to the community colleges. When I talk to legislators, they recognize the fact we are not universities. We're practical, we're dealing with workforce a lot, we're dealing with getting the first 2 years of a university parallel instruction for transfer, and we're not identified as institutions who are woke or have lost their way. But it doesn't matter, as I said earlier, when they cast these nets, they just take everybody in. So I don't know where we'll head up with the actual syllabi and that type of thing.
So far, none of that's reached us, and fingers crossed. I will piggyback and say there's a fair amount of angst amongst faculty at community colleges around some of these efforts as well. That there's a chilling effect that has happened. People are scared that they're going to say the wrong word and all of a sudden get dragged into a dean's office or something. We have not seen that happen here.
Or have students or aid entities that are not students going around with recorders, recording faculty comments, trying to find individuals who are not towing the party line. And that is happening at the university level.
That's pretty sad.
It is.
Well, on that cheery note.
You're glad to retire.
Somebody told me the other day, man, you left at a good time. And, with the budget situation and, SB 37, and it wasn't intentional. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be Dr. Amaya right now. So we already talked about these folks, be thinking if you wanna add anyone else, be thinking about that. And then just a couple slides. So here's kind of the thought on the timeline. Now remember, the board doesn't always meet in December. In fact, most of the time, we typically don't. So we're proposing that at some point here, we're in August 2026, the board determines you want a committee to help. What's the committee makeup going to be? Once that committee is identified, if you choose to go that route, we will have an introductory session with those folks and give them some timelines, et cetera. I think the individual assessment work will go pretty quickly. If the board chooses to go another way, same thing. If you choose to do the work yourself, we will have some informational session to pull you together with curriculum folks, answer questions, kind of guide you along the path of that work as well. So August through September, it's a tight timeline. Faculty, by the way, come back next week. Faculty Development Week is next week, so it's the start of the semester. We hope to have the work done by September so that in October, we can bring before the board the results so that you can determine and vote whether you want to certify that you've done the work or not. That gives us one little bit of wiggle room, you know, should there be a November meeting and maybe things haven't quite gotten wrapped up by October, that gives us a little padding. But we don't want to go into December because the anticipation is that your certification would go in before we leave in December. So it's there on January 1. All right, so some decision things, just thoughts, things you need to think about. You can't make a decision today. Do you want to have a committee or not? What does the makeup of the committee look like? Do our recommendations look good? Do they add? Do you want to delete anybody? You might say Smith doesn't need to be on that committee.
Smith needs to be on.
There we go, that's nice try. That gets us into the right number of people, right? And does the timeline seem appropriate? But once we get this first semester, this first assessment out of the way, the board will have to determine how often you want to do that. I don't imagine you want to do it more than every 5 years, but some schedule will have to be developed, right? How often
Just
you
a
wanna do it.
quick question, if we decide on the committee, how long will it actually take?
The folks that are listed there can do the work very quickly.
They already know more or less.
Are they already aware
There it is.
that this is
Yeah,
coming?
most of them, I won't say all of them, all but one, Dr. Burnham has seen the assessment instrument, but he hasn't contributed to the development of it. They've all been involved in the development, they all understand the process and what needs to get done, and have volunteered, including Dr. Burnham, who said, I'm happy to do the work. And so I think that work could get done pretty quickly. If we choose to add people, that's fine, we'll just get them up to speed, walk them through the rubric. As I
And
said,
are the 6 of you pretty much in agreement, or?
we don't know, nobody's done the assessment
All right,
yet. My guess
But
is.
I'm happy to be an ex officio and I can be the tiebreaker.
Okay.
Yeah.
My guess is there's probably 2 courses in the core that are up for debate. Let me describe briefly the process that a faculty member would typically go through, or discipline would typically go to get into the core. We haven't changed the core curriculum in many years. We froze the core curriculum during the pandemic. No changes to the core were entertained. Prior to that, we have a curriculum committee that meets, and once a year, they put out a solicitation to all the faculty, do you want to make any changes to the core? Most of the time, faculty in a discipline want to add a course to the core, because that helps with their enrollment, right? If it's a core course, you're going to have more enrollment than if it's not a core course. But the committee has been very stringent about what it lets into the core. We've had a very good, tight core for many, many years. Dr. Holda alluded to, some other colleges in the state that might have, we have 72, they might have 130 courses in their core curriculum, okay? Because they've just let anyone and everybody put a course in the core curriculum. They still have to get approved by the state, but between us, the state has been relatively lax over the years. If you submit something to the state, they typically approve it. Unless there's an overriding reason to say no, they approve it. And so institutions have had their cores bloat over the years, many of them. We've been pretty good about it. And so it's in good shape. There's a couple of course literature pretty much are the courses that people are wondering if they need to be in the core curriculum. We already have a number of English courses in the core. British Lit is that need to be in the core. Yeah. So I think 90% of the courses, everybody's going to be on the same page. These courses are well vetted. They transfer, that's one of the criteria in the rubric. Do they transfer somewhere? Lots of institutions have these courses in their course, so they transfer not only in the state, but out of state to universities, to other community colleges. So it's going to come down to one or two. And the thought is, if we reach a point where we need to discuss those, we will get together as a group and kind of hash that out and decide. Keeping in mind that at the same time, that statewide committee may very well come in and mandate some changes anyway. We don't know the timeline of that. So that was the long-winded answer to say I think the work could get done pretty quickly. And we have mechanisms should there be any contention on the courses. So that concludes my part of the presentation. Happy to entertain any other questions, discuss other aspects. I did ask, I'm sure Dr. Hodo will have other aspects of the bill.
And I think what would be most helpful, I'm thinking of myself when I was a board member, if you work with staff and the president and create a board due list that's very clear for them, that says, here are the action items and the deadlines that really, because there's a lot here that actually clarifies that for the board. I think that would be very helpful.
Sure.
So there's, so Dr. Smith has included in the packet the actual core curriculum, the 42 hours and the breakdown of those respective areas, which is very helpful just to see and quite frankly anticipate what may come down from the legislature. We include the curriculum course review rubric proposed in there as well, and then a copy of Senate Bill 37. Couple of things about Senate Bill 37. He also included, and it's a long bill.
The two TASBs.
Yeah, the two TASB ones as well. I was at the Senate Higher Ed Committee hearing a couple of weeks ago, and before that there was a Senate Finance hearing. Part of that included at the Senate Higher Ed Committee a panel that opened up the discussion, and it included Commissioner Rosser, I forget who else was on it, but I remember specifically that Brandon Simmons was on that panel of those giving testimony, invited testimony to the Senate Higher Education Committee. Brandon Simmons is the ombudsman for the state of Texas. It's a governor-appointed position that is housed within the coordinating board, but doesn't report to the Commissioner of Higher Ed, reports directly to the governor. And in that, he spoke to the fact that his office was created specifically looking at complaints regarding Senate Bill 17, the anti-DEI law, and Senate Bill 37. And he's ensuring compliance. So he did not state his office conducts proactive systemic audits, rather it operates reactively by processing formal complaints submitted by students, faculty, and staff. And he said at that hearing that his office had received a total of 73 complaints since opening, and out of those submissions, 2 formal investigations had been opened, both concerning potential violations of Senate Bill 17, the state's DEI ban, with a 3rd anticipated. But 37 is a part of what he theoretically can review as well. So they've placed some teeth behind these particular bills, specifically the anti-DEI law. Senate Bill 17 is where I anticipate the vast majority of them will look at. They had a panel of legal counsels, Mr. Ortega is not here, but a panel of legal counsels from the Texas Tech system, the A&M system, the UT system, perhaps the UNT system as well. They all talked about how this is all going along very smoothly, no concerns whatsoever. So they're attempting to place some teeth behind all of this. So we want to make sure that we get it through. Dr. Smith has been ready with this presentation. We felt that the retreat was the best time to cover this information. But within that time frame, and Senator, oh my gosh, his name will come to me shortly, Dallas, Dr. Holda West. Senator West asked, Senator West is an African-American gentleman, and he asked the chancellor for the Texas Tech University system, former Senator Creighton, now Chancellor Creighton, if the Texas Tech Law School was teaching the Dred Scott case. And the answer to that is yes and no. This is where we are in the state of Texas as a whole right now. It became the subject of a federal academic freedom lawsuit. A lawsuit filed against Texas Tech University system alleges that first-year law students were restricted from receiving race-related information regarding the Dred Scott decision in a constitutional law course due to administrative compliance memos. While university leadership stated that teaching the ruling was never officially prohibited, the episode highlighted severe faculty concerns over curriculum censorship. It's unfortunate that we're at this place in time, and it was fascinating that Senator West was very well aware, and then Dr. Holder remembers these times as well, then stepped out of the meeting after that panel was done and was having a one-on-one conversation with Chancellor Creighton. Because that is the inadvertent overreach of the law. It was never intended, and yet they're not allowing law students to learn about Dred Scott. We're in a very interesting position right now.
I did forget to mention at the beginning, you may recall, I want to say it was a November board, it may have been earlier than that, we have a company we're working with, Weaver and Associates. They are doing some compliance audits and risk management audits for us. And at one recent board meeting, you all approved them to expand their audit to include SB 37. So we've been working with Mr. Flores, Dr. Penley, Ms. Field, a number of others, Dr. Amaya, to meet with Weaver and provide them documentation surrounding our compliance with SB 37. So we've got this kind of background check. And then I'll mention, Dr. Serrano and I were talking, we got a couple of emails from the coordinating board reminding us that we needed to submit certain reports and documentation, including one around SB 17, which you alluded to earlier. They wanted a copy of our tenure procedure. You might recall SB 18 from not this past one, but the one before that legislative session, where they put kind of limits around tenure and post-tenure review. We had to implement a new process for that. So somebody's monitoring this and reminding people these reports are due and you need to get this stuff in. Dr. Lola's comment about who's reading this, I can't speak to that, but they're making sure we get them in, I guess is the point.
And that's been one of my fears, and I keep sharing it with Dr. Zerrata, that so many of those policies have requirements that, you know, that we have to have all these reports and all that. And I keep asking, who's keeping track of all these reports, you know, because so many of the new policies that are coming in are requiring that somebody's keeping track of all those. Ultimately, it's his responsibility, but, you know, I just want to make sure, do you need additional personnel to ensure that we're keeping up with all those requirements?
Ellen, Leslie, keep me in line.
I think generally for the past several legislative sessions, we've got a handle on what needs to go in.
Okay.
that, it doesn't hurt to hear from the state, and don't forget you gotta submit it, that's great too. But I think we've got a handle on what needs to go in. And part of what I'm telling you today, we've gotta get some stuff in by the end of the year. In fact, there's a report that has to go in before that, and that is the changes to dean and above level positions. So we're working that up, and we'll get that into the state.
Any
For
questions?
whoever's gonna read it.
Any questions, please? Yes.
I think my only other question would be, you know, you've given us a lot of reading material, but I think, yeah, homework, but I think it would not hurt if, you know, there was an overview.
Okay.
While we signed the document, that yes, we read it, we're in agreement or whatever, but at least that we have a clue as to what we signed. I know I'll read it, but, you know.
I think what you're talking about is maybe a special work session or even a meeting that allows for a vote, but is actually a deep dive into a lot of the final documents and recommendations so that it's not simply checking the box, but you really do the work session. Yeah.
Yes, just because that way, whatever we say that yes, the board was responsible, we did our homework and we did our due diligence on meeting all these requirements, but if somebody says, so what were those requirements? You gotta be able to.
And, you know, the same thing applies to things like the annual audit.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of times you hear a presentation from the auditor, it's at a pretty high level, you know, which is fine and probably appropriate for the board. And the question would be, the board still assumes responsibility for everything that's in the audit, you know, when we submit it to the state. So there are times where boards will actually do a special presentation other than just the presentation by the auditor that covers maybe 30 minutes in a meeting to actually dive in, or sometimes, you know, have that as a meeting before the meeting, a workshop, you know.
And in the auditor's report, I like that they always have at least a one-page overview or page and a half with, you know, a quick.
The highlights.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, and so anytime I can come hang out with you guys, if it's me,
Sure.
you know,
We
we're
like
more than
you.
happy to
Even though you left us, we still like you.
talk about the work. Any other questions or thoughts?
I just anticipate that there'll be additional, this particular session, there'll be additional,
Requirements.
requirements, changes, more control from Austin. I do anticipate that is coming.
So just thinking this through, Francisco's not here right now, but at the August board meeting, what day is that? I used to keep that on the front
Yes.
of my brain.
Yes.
It is the 26th.
26th?
Yes.
There could be an agenda item for the board to elect to have a committee help with the work and assign the committee members, or maybe it's worded such that a committee whose members are assigned by the president, you know, something along those lines. So be thinking if there's other people you think want to be on the committee or remove from the committee. But it feels like there should be some kind of vote to choose to go that route.
We should probably already have that before the meeting.
Okay.
You think we should already have a?
I'll be
We'll
honest.
place it on the agenda.
I'll be honest with you, some of us have started to look at the work already. The rubric has been vetted a number of times over the past several months. I think it's in pretty solid shape. Dr. Holder, there's no pride of ownership if you want to look at that or share that, or, you know, I think other colleges in the state.
Yeah, I think there would, knowing the colleges like I do, a lot of them are not this far along, and they're gonna be pushing it, you know, and having, models that they can look at, will help expedite, because, you know, we all use you are all familiar with the CASE, C-A-S-E, copy and steal everything, you know, so the CASE methodology, And so colleges feel very free to adapt what has already been researched and proven, and I think you're further ahead than most of the institutions.
Yeah, I think if, we can get a sense that that's the direction you're going, we can actually have people start doing the work. And if ultimately you go a different direction, no harm, no foul. We can certainly share what's been done up to that point, regardless of the direction you have.
But it does unfortunately place a burden upon the board on some of the things that, as the board indicated earlier, is not your expertise and was never intended to be your expertise. I feel rather comfortable with the proposed committee. Again, I'm happy to sit on it as an ex officio, i.e. tiebreaker. I very much doubt that there'll be anything that there's not near uniform consensus on. But we'll put that on the board agenda for the board to consider and approve, to consider and take action on in August.
All right, perfect. Well, it's certainly good to see everybody. Dr. Holder, good to see you again. And safe travels back. And I will leave you to it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See you, yep, be safe. So my question for you all is, we have two sections left, advocacy and then planning board strategy for the upcoming year. So let me give you some options and see what Dr. Serrata thinks also. One is, we could plow through one section, take a break and finish off the planning, or we could take a break now and do advocacy and planning. I think you all have been pretty efficient, and I don't think we'll have to go to 4:45. I think we can finish much earlier. So it depends on what your privilege is, because I'm here, I'm not going anywhere until tomorrow, so you tell me what your thinking is.
I think several people need a break, so
I
let's
take
take
it,
a quick
10
break,
minutes,
so let's get a quick 10-minute break.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
And then,
And then I like to take care of business and wrap it up.
okay,
Alright,
I
5
think
minutes.
we can do that pretty quickly,
5 minutes and rip it up.
Okay, 5-minute break.
or 10. Whatever one everybody gets back.
5 or 10?
We could say 5, but it may be 10,
Okay.
Two, one.
Alright, it's 2:14 PM and we're back at our special board meeting.
So, you all understand advocacy, to advocate for what the college needs, and that can be with the community, with elected officials. Most often, boards think of their advocacy as how they can directly communicate with and affect elected officials to make decisions favorable for the college and for the operation of the college. And so, when you ask board members, talk to me about your advocacy, in most cases, it's with elected officials directly or key power brokers in the city who make decisions that affect the college. And as we talked about, we've seen cuts in performance-based funding, freezing tuition. We've seen limitations on taxation for counties and cities, and I expect that to be expanded to community colleges. Overreach into instructional matters of the college, as you just heard in Senate Bill 37. And legislation that was designed to target universities. So, one of the things that I would say is that that level of legislative intrusion can create resentment and anger, which are normal human responses to what you feel is unfair and a lack of understanding on the part of the power brokers. We have to be careful, however, how we respond to those, because even though legislators may be ignorant, and I don't mean that in a meaning stupid or dumb, I'm just saying just unaware, ignorant of what the environment is at the community college or what your needs are, they're sensitive and they do not take well to having their decisions criticized. So we have to be very careful to be able to have a pipeline open to them where we don't criticize them, we listen and go back and forth, but where they don't see us as paid advocates, where that's our job, so you go ahead and do your thing. I'll give you an example. So years ago, Tommy Williams, Senator Tommy Williams, was head of the Senate Finance Committee. And he was a very brusque, hardball type legislator. He had no use for any of the appointed officials of organizations who advocated. So for example, Ray Garcia for TAC, the head of TCCTA, the Teachers Association, any of these organizations, he didn't want to give them the time of day because he felt they're getting paid to advocate and they're doing their job and I'd rather deal with you guys directly. That was just his way of dealing. And if he got to where he trusted you, it could be pretty brutal, but you could at least have a conversation with him and he would listen. And yet, he still saw us as administrators. That's your job, you're doing what you're supposed to do. So a lot of times it didn't have an impact on them. But where we saw the impact was from the power brokers and the people who had money, power, and influence over legislative activity. So I'm going to give you a couple examples of how you might reframe the advocacy. And before I do that, I want to just say, I'm going to divert for just a second. Dr. Serrata has a wonderful staff here. They put all this together on very short notice, a day's notice. And so, and Dr. Carrie Moe put this whole PowerPoint, I had the guts of it together, but she cleaned it up and put it in a nice graphic stuff within 24 hours. So really good staff, good support, and the organization for this, I've done a number of these. El Paso, I don't say this to all the colleges, but it's one of the most organized, competent staffs that you deal with among colleges. I think the board needs to know that you really have. It's not just.
Leslie,
know it.
Leslie, Ivy, they're handled all of
Yeah,
it.
they're great. And the other thing I wanted to come back to very quickly was a question Bonnie asked earlier about how do we answer some of these things when decisions come down. To the community members that you're responsible to, that's one thing. answer where you say, you know, the board did this and I support the board's action. But as it relates to college employees, faculty, staff, and students, that's administration's job. So you shouldn't have to explain, you the board members, to college and staff, that's administration's job. Most faculty and staff will accept bad decisions they don't like if they understand why. They may still hate it. My predecessor put in a system, a salary system, that was unfundable. It was not only unfundable, he created summer pay, overload, part-time, that was a part of your salary. It was not a flat amount, it was pegged to your salary. So we were paying $1,200 flat back in 93, 94, for summer pay, overload, and that type of thing. When he created this new system, the faculty were making $2,600 for a class, $2,800 for a class in the summer and as a regular overload. So when I became president, I said, look, we haven't had a raise in 7 years. And part of it is we have a salary system that's not sustainable. It's lucrative, but we can't do any raises because it triggers all this spill down that occurs in part-time overload and everything. So if you guys want raises annually, you're gonna have to forego this system and we're gonna have to go back to a flat rate for summer overload and all the part-time pay. And so we did. So Dr. Jerry Fuller, who was a PhD in physics, good friend of mine, came to my office and said, can I have a visit with you? And I'd been there as an employee 40 years, at the college, 20 years as president. So they knew me before I was president, so they felt comfortable just walking in my office and saying whatever. And the people that knew me before I became president, I stayed Bill, I wasn't Dr. Holder, which was fine with me. Jerry came in my office and sat down and said, I just need you to know the financial impact you've made on me. He said, now with this new change, I'm gonna lose $12,000 right off the top in overload and summer pay. I said, that's a real kick, to lose that much money. He said, I don't like it, losing that much money. He said, I know you're doing what you have to do. You've explained it to us, you gave us all the rationale. I know you don't, we don't like it, but at least you explained it. But I just had to tell you the impact it had on me. And I apologized. I said, I'm sorry that it's had that impact on you. The good of the institution moving forward is more important than, individuals having a chance to. And I said, the problem is the individuals who can teach the overload and the summer pay are limited among the whole faculty. And so what I did, and I'm not suggesting that Dr. Serrata do this, was in May of each year, I proposed to the board, here's the salaries for the next year, before we finalized the budget. Now that created a lot of heartburn among the board members, because it's like, you're asking us to approve salaries before we even finalize the budget. I said, well, we sort of know where we're going with the budget. We're gonna make the rest of the budget fit. And we gave raises 19 out of 21 years. Now, a lot of times that was 1%, 2%, just to hit the cost of living and nothing else. But if you explain to people why you have to do what you have to do, a lot of times they may not like it, but they'll accept it. What they don't accept is things that appear to sort of drop down out of the sky with no explanation. But it's not your job as board members to create those explanations for faculty, staff, and students. That belongs to administration. Yours is mostly with the community, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Absolutely. But, so if they do ask, the response is?
So if it's people in the community, it's like, the board considered this, and the board voted this, and I, as a board member, I support the actions of the full board. If it's faculty, staff, and students, I think you say, I think you really need to ask administration to explain that to you because we were operating on their recommendations. I know you're passing the buck, but I would do it that way. Yeah, John?
Just as a general comment, I find the less you say, the better, no matter who you're talking to. Don't try to justify or validate unless they have a reason to know. Just don't say, you're gonna eat it one way or the other. Just don't make more problems later on.
And so here's two stories on advocacy that I think are good examples. So in East Texas, one year, we elected a state representative, David Simpson. David actually went to Highland Park School in Dallas, was raised, his family had a lot of money. They bought the old LBJ property in East Texas, hundreds and hundreds of acres of ranch land that LBJ's family owned. And so his family was doing timber, a lot of timber production, pine and this kind of thing. And he was a libertarian type of guy. He believed in drinking raw milk. He didn't want pasteurized milk. He believed marijuana should be legal because God doesn't create bad things and God created marijuana. He never voted yes on any, I know, but you get an idea of this. He was a very unusual guy. He was a big Second Amendment guy with weapons. He and his whole family, his kids even, would go out and shoot, at the range and do this kind of stuff. But he was very frugal budgetarily. He never voted once in favor of a Texas budget because he said there was so many smoke and mirrors and so much dishonesty in the state budget, he couldn't vote for it. How can you put $300 million into film production and almost $1 billion into the Formula One racetrack, and you can't meet the needs of the people in the state of Texas? So he was his own unique animal. So he got elected. So he's not in office yet. So in the summer, before he won the Republican primary, there was no opponent in the Democratic side, so he was it. So that summer, he started meeting with groups. He said, I want to meet on Monday, I'm going to meet with healthcare, the hospitals and the clinics and all this. Tuesday, I'm going to meet with the county and city government. Wednesday, I want to meet with big industry, Eastman Chemical, large factories. Thursday, I want to meet with small retail business. I want to meet with the sheriffs and the police officers. And on the last day, I'm going to meet with higher education, universities and community colleges. So what I did was I called my buddy, who's the sheriff, and city police officer. I said, hey, when you meet with this guy, would you tell him how important the East Texas Police Academy is for training all the officers that you have and all the work we do for ongoing training? Then I called my superintendents buddies. We meet once a month all together with the school superintendents. Could you talk about dual credit? And then the healthcare, what we're doing for nursing and all the allied health training. So I did it with all these constituencies. So on the last day we're meeting, and he went around the room and he heard from University of Texas at Tyler, ETBU, East Texas Baptist University, Stephen F. Austin State University, all the universities first. Then he started on the community colleges. And so I said, Representative Simpson, I'd love to tell you what Tilburg College does. He said, I don't need to hear from you. I've been hearing about you all week long. So I didn't give a presentation on the college, but all of these other entities advocated for us in a way that was much stronger than had I done it myself. Second scenario, the year that Rick Perry was governor, and the Texas legislature, upon the recommendation of John Wheelmaker, who was at the LDB, defunded Odessa, Brazosport, Ranger colleges. We were just completely outraged at the community college level because it was built on false data from the LDB. And so the president of Northeast Texas Community College in Mount Pleasant called Bo Pilgrim, who does the chickens, he was still living, and Bo had given millions of dollars to Rick Perry's campaigns over the year. So we talked to Bo Pilgrim and said, this is an outrage, we need to get this fixed. Bo Pilgrim calls Rick Perry. He gets right through. There's no waiting, whatever. He says, you gotta fix this. This is ridiculous, da-da-da-da-da. Perry gets on the phone. He calls the head of House Appropriations and said, I want you guys to fix this. Now, the way they fixed it was they allowed all the other 47 colleges to dip into their appropriations to make up what the House had cut, because they weren't going to put the money back in. But it was who were the power players that could make things happen. People like, these oil men out in the Midland, Odessa area, I mean, you know who I'm talking about. These are people that, when they make a phone call, they get results. You know, and it's whether it's elected officials, senators, lieutenant governor, you know, the governor. So what I have learned over the years is we do a much better job by identifying who are the power players, who has influence with people who are elected. And that's who we need to be doing our advocacy with, you know. Let them then exert that political pressure. We're gonna get a lot further than we do. And I saw where TAC had honored Woody Hunt recently for all of his contributions over the years to higher education and the community colleges. But people like that and other people, you know who they are in this community. Who are your power players who have a lot of money, who have political influence, who can pick up a phone and not just call your state rep, but call people in Austin and get through. And that's where I think organizing systematically, moving into the next session, not just randomly, but you, the board, having a discussion at some point of who are the people that you can align with that have influence is going to make a decision, make a good decision. My recommendation is, if you want to talk directly to elected officials, talk to Dr. Serrata first. Make sure we have a common message. What we had a few years ago, before CCATT was formed, was we had a group out of Del Mar College that wanted to be the trustee organization for the state, and they weren't really representing more than about 10, 12 colleges. And they were showing up at legislative hearings and saying things that didn't match what the association or the rest of the trustees were wanting. So it's important that there be a common message. So as William and I have talked about, Dr. Serrata and I have talked about, is what is the list for the next legislative session? And you shared with me the document that you shared with your state rep. And is it fund the formula, do a supplemental bill to restore what we lost last time, the $400 million for community colleges, unfreeze tuition where we can have that flexibility to charge tuition changes if we need to. What are the other items? Be willing to know what your pecking order is, because you can't get everything. And we're back to consensus, what can we live with? You know, so are there some things that we can speak in a unified voice where it really makes a difference? When House Bill 8 got passed, I had a lot of interaction with elected officials. They told me it was the first time they had ever heard all 50 community colleges singing from the same page. And where the Commissioner of Higher Education and a number of key people throughout the state, the Governor's Budget Office, the LBB, and others, were all on the same page. It's the very first time that they heard that. They love divide and conquer, because if we're speaking with different messages or not in unity, they use that as a wedge. So I think it's really important to realize that we enlist the advocates who have the power, but we have a common message. And I think it would be worthwhile for the board through the fall to meet at some point and agree on what's the message and who are the people that we're going to try to influence. I really think it will make a difference.
I think on that note, sir, you know, we really do need the president's direction, because he's got a better handle, because he attends all those meetings and knows what the dialogue is and all of that. I would appreciate, like, yes, a message, you know, points that we can share. It's difficult though to get those people to answer our calls.
I know.
You know, if Belen calls Woody Hunt, he's gonna answer in a New York second. If I call him, he'll never answer. But, you know, if she says, I need to speak with you, Woody, there she goes. What time would you like to come in, Mrs. Robles? And, you know, or Belen. And, you know, those of us that don't have that accessibility to these individuals could send it in writing. Not that they're gonna read it, but at least we would make an effort to get it there. You know, they might answer Mr. Mendez's call because he's a businessman and has a business.
Yeah.
They're not gonna answer somebody that works in the schools, because that's not their, you know,
and sometimes it's like 2 or 3 steps. So, for example, part of what happened with Bo Pilgrim was the president of Northeast Texas Community College didn't have the Bo Pilgrim connection. But Bill Ratliff, who was senator from Mount Pleasant area, did. So Northeast Texas went to former Senator Ratliff and asked him to make the call to Bo Pilgrim, which he did. So sometimes it takes a double step, to get that connection.
It's not what you know, it's who you know.
It is. It is very much so, John. You're very right. And so and look at what's coming. Continued freeze of tuition, more costs offloaded from the state on EPCC. Right now you have an 8% limit on taxes without a rollback, but because counties and cities are already at 3.5 and they're talking about going to 2.5 for them, I wouldn't be surprised that we get swept into.
Dr. Swat has covered all of that and what I recognize it, but I guess I missed, what are the offloaded costs? When costs be offloaded, what is?
These are state mandates that aren't funded. I mean, these are costs that continue to come to the college.
And some are federal, John. So for example, I'll give you a good example. In financial aid alone, there was paperwork in Veterans Administration, international student enrollment, who had legitimate legitimate documents, and a number of other things. Now the tracking on those is gone through the roof.
Okay.
And then the reporting requirements, like you're seeing Senate Bill 37, the reporting requirements that are loaded onto staff now to do, that's an added.
Generally administrative functions.
And then what you're gonna see is colleges have become more social service agencies, regretfully, but had to be with food pantries, homeless students, all this type of thing. And so more colleges are trying to address those basic lower Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which is food and shelter, so they can get an education. What you're gonna see, and I'm not getting into the discussion on SNAP benefits or Medicaid or all the big beautiful bill stuff, but there's a whole series of cuts coming after the midterms and another set of cuts coming after 2028 election that were in that bill. The state of Texas is not gonna pick up a lot of that. That's just the way they're built, And so there are gonna be more students falling through the cracks. And whether it's churches, social service agencies, nonprofits, but colleges also are gonna end up picking up a lot of that. So those are some of there's both unfunded administrative mandates and more people sort of falling through the cracks in the network. And I don't know what the poverty level in El Paso is, but I guarantee you, for those people that have been rightly or wrongly relying on federal aid, there's gonna be a lot less of it available moving forward. And then, at some point, some of the cost of normal inflation is going to affect colleges and universities and what they do. Now, if you get the formula approved where they really do fund your success and don't shortchange you and supplemental sort of pay back what you were owed, at least at that point, if you had to live with continued tuition freeze, you could. Now, the other thing I want to say is, and I know you know this, but messaging, and I like what John said, say as little as you have to. So I was looking at this packet that Dr. Sarada shared with me. It was the 2027 legislative priorities that were shared with your state representative. There were 3 slides in here that tell the story. One is missing. One is the $800 million, the $8 million reduction in state funding. That was not in here. But that's a good, if you go into the public for any kind of tax adjustment, that's a good intro. Is look, we were relying on this money and we've lost it and it's not available. We're not gonna make it all up. Two, this slide, I thought was very powerful. EPCC will not have raised tuition in 7 years since the spring of 2020. EPCC has not raised taxes, the rate, since 2017, 2018. That's a powerful slide. The other slide that is, I think, very powerful is,
The dollar bill.
yeah, right here.
That's a case.
This slide. It shows the public school, the county, the city, and EPCC. EPCC is listed at 4% right now, and Dr. Serrata said the new county information, you're down to 3.9%, which from an appearance standpoint is a lot less than 4.
That's right.
You know, even though it's only 0.1% off. To me, if you had 4 slides total, one, here's the money we lost from the state. Well, I've got another one too. 2 is, here's the last time we raised tuition and or the tax rate. 3 is here's your percentage of the distributed tax burden on the taxpayer. And the final one is to show that 4 cents is this much a month, 6 is this much, 8 is this much. 8 was how much a month?
$1.68.
So the average homeowner in El Paso would pay $1.68 more a month with going below the rollback, but doing it. It's not my job to tell you how, you are the interface with the taxpayers. So it's not an easy decision. However, this may be your last opportunity to ever go above 3.5%. I would not be at all surprised coming out of the legislative session that community colleges are wrapped into this. I have a very, very close friend who's a county judge in Gray County. He's been in that position 15, 18 years now, done great work. They got 70 million in reserves. They have one of the lowest tax rates of any similar sized county. They co-sponsor projects with TxDOT to get roads and stuff fixed that would never get fixed otherwise in the county. So we've got good infrastructure, good roads, a lot of reserves, low tax rate compared to all the surrounding counties and anybody in the state. He's gonna go up 3 cents this year. And they haven't gone up in years, but he was showing what they're having to do. They're paying $1 million in overtime to jail personnel because they can't hire enough full-time folks at the salaries they're offering. The indigent care that they're required to provide at the county level is amazing. And when he ticks down the things that used to be at the state level that the county now has absorbed, and with them being limited to 3.5%, so they're gonna go to 3, stay below the rollback area. But he was telling me, he said, we just don't have a choice, we can't pay our bills otherwise, and they're not giving raises more than, and he said, we can't give raises that equal the cost of inflation right now, the inflation rate. So, I'm not telling you what to do at all. I'm just saying, on the advocacy side, if you decide that you want to go larger than smaller and closer to the rollback rate this one time because you maybe never get that opportunity again. And I know some colleges are under a lot of pressure because they have healthy reserves to lower the tax rate. But once you lower it, you'll never get it back. And so, but I do think you have enough material, like 4 slides or 5 slides, that show, how much do you spend at Starbucks a month on drinks? What do you spend on your streaming service for home, your internet? And these are considered basics, so maybe even go to luxurious stuff, like eating out, but that $1.86 is pretty minimal. And I think that at some point, if you decide to sell it, showing these various slides of how long it's been since you raised taxes, tuition fees, the money that you lost from the state, your share of the dollar bill, and how much it really means a month. But I think get out in front of it and really set the stage for whatever you decide. This is another piece of advocacy where you do interact with people in the community, and cost of living is up. And so for some people, $1.86 a month is not a lot, but the concept of having to pay more for anything offends people in today's environment. So it is tricky, you know? And I don't know what the public schools, county and city are planning on doing in the upcoming budget cycles either. But
Big.
Yeah, the school district is,
is it really, yeah,
The problem we have here is that several years ago, the electric company was sold to an individual, to a consortium of investors as opposed to a public, and right then that guaranteed maximum effort to increase profits. And then the oil and gas industry is pushing the gas coming this way. So the energy between what the water company and that, and then we come in and then you have people that they bring in new industry and don't understand what the magnitude of something like Meta is.
yeah.
And they don't understand what is involved, and you need to, they don't have, personally, they don't have good contractual control over whatever the project was for us to start with, you know.
Yeah.
But when you get $20 a month increases come out of, what is it, the electric company, the water company, something like that, then it comes back, you know, that it doesn't matter what yours is. You mean YouTube?
Yeah.
You know.
I know. It is a very difficult scenario for trustees, I think. And so, and the other thing is, you know, this sounds like anathema, but there have been times, twice during my presidency, in the middle of the year, after the budget year was well underway, one year in December and another year in January, Governor Berry's office said, cut 10% out of your budget for this year. Well, we had already committed all the funds for faculty, staff, and everything else. But, you know, we did it because we had to. It wasn't all bad because, it was painful, but it was healthy because it made us put everything on the table and make some decisions on what things have we just assumed we need to do forever and what are things that we can let go of that don't make sense, you know? So Peter Drucker says community colleges and higher ed in general are very poor at systematic abandonment. And he said, what I would do periodically is put everything on the table and ask yourself two questions. Three questions. One is, if I knew then what I know today, would I have started the program? Two is, if a key piece of equipment goes out, like a $100,000 piece of equipment, is that an opportunity for me to shut down the program? Three, if I lose a key instructor, it's going to be almost impossible to find someone with that expertise to teach that program, would I close it? He said, if you answer yes to any of those three, you need to get them off the table. You know, systematically abandon them and re-leverage your resources for the programs that can grow and are sustainable. The other thing colleges are being challenged to look at federally is which programs generate graduates who don't make a living wage. So for example, you know, in some areas of the country, child development classes, even secretarial science or administrative stuff, people take out their student loans, they get a lot of debt piled up, and then they get out, they're making $20,000, $25,000 a year. They're not making a wage that's going to be high enough to allow them to pay off their debt. So there is that scrutiny going on, and I think that the challenge always for administration is to be able to show taxpayers, here's what we're cutting. So I'm dealing with one college down on the Gulf Coast. They got a lot of money. They have a lot of chemical companies, Dow, BASF, and all these chemical companies. They had tons of tax abatements that are all rolling in. They're gonna, in 5 years, they'll all be gone. But right now, they've got a ton of revenue. So what they're doing is trying to keep the reserves where they are, keep the tax rate where it is, and not have to lower that. There's some community push, since you got such big reserves, why don't you just lower the tax rate? Which I understand, but they've eliminated 48 positions. Now, a lot of that's through attrition, not termination. But they're able to go out to the voters and say, look, we're doing our part, to curtail expenditures. So that's a parallel message that, to the extent the college is able to do it, is worthwhile. So it's a tricky issue, but I think it's worthy of board discussion moving forward. Is how do we, approach advocacy in general? What are the messages that we get from the president that help us manage the script? And then, to the extent possible, we may not have the contact with the power broker, but can we at least identify who the power brokers are, who have the influence, and then later figure out how many steps we gotta go through to get influence to them. Kelsey Warren, who runs the pipeline company out of Dallas, actually went to Kilgore College, graduated from White Oak High School. We were trying to get contact with him to make a donation to Kilgore College. He's worth $4.6 billion. He owns a huge ranch in Colorado. He owns an island off of Central America. He runs the power company for Roatan, Honduras, the entire power company. I mean, the guy's got it, but it was hard to ever get contact. But we had a former rangerette who headed up the Texas Society, I think it was Autism Society, and she had an in with him, and he'd given $1 million to their organization. And he told her, he said, if I gave to everybody I asked, that asked me for what they asked for, I go through my entire $4.6 billion in a year. So, but he does give. So we asked her, could she make contact where we could get in contact with Kilgore College? And she was the one who was able to contact him and created the dialogue where he did give to the college. But it took someone who already had, it's like you said, it's who we know. It took someone with the relationship. So I think that pretty much buttons up advocacy. But I recommend you consult with Dr. Serrata to have a voice that's consistent with TAC and CCAT, and then consider that change in advocacy approach. So here's my question moving forward. And this is wide open, and I think I've already identified some things. So in that little exercise we did this morning where I showed you how to stretch, and then stretch a little further and stretch a little further. So the question is, I think it's healthy for boards, and I'm not talking about the college strategic plan now. I'm talking about the board strategically planning. What would be some things that could improve the functioning of the board where you're good, but it's good to great, or good to better? And it could be things like, is it the way we prepare for meetings? Is it deep dives? Is it board attendance at community and college events? Is it setting goals, financial succession planning, student outcomes, as you talked about when Dr. Smith was presenting? He was talking about that, and you, I think, appropriately, you were saying let's include the student success measures because we don't want to get them lost in the financial and the other stuff, The Senate Bill 37 compliance could be part of it. So this is definitely not for me. This is the board to brainstorm for a few minutes on what what are things that you could do that you think will improve board functioning, understanding, strategically, and I wouldn't pick more than about 2 or 3. And then ideally, what you would do is at the end of the year, you'd measure, did we do it? What were the outcomes? How well did we do it? The other thing that we have to try to remember is, are they measurable? Who's responsible for implementation? And are there budgetary implications? If you're putting a plan together, you want to know who's going to lead on it. Do you need administrative lead to help the board do it? Or does the board take the leadership itself? Are there measurable outcomes? Where it's not just a nice idea, but you can actually measure improvement. And the final part is, if there's budgetary implications, just to know what they are. So before we sort of wrap up, I'd really like your feedback on things that you think would be improvement strategies for this organization.
I think that, going from your list, which is a good one there, is board attendance at college and community events. I think we do pretty good as a board, participating in graduations or community events that.
And I think we could still do better on that, because, I'd like to, I know I'm always, we're always busy here and they're doing it all, but I did tell my wife that this year, for sure, I do want to try to spend more college, in the community events, so.
And quite frankly, the president's office could serve as a clearinghouse for that, where he can send out invitations and say, here's what's going on this week and next week. Look at your calendars. If you're able to attend, respond, and he can keep the board sort of updated. We got 3 board members coming to this event, or 1 coming to this event. So at least there's an awareness that someone's representing the board, and where no one's responded. Does anyone want to take the responsibility of being the board member in attendance? So,
I think one of the things that we do get is frequent reminders from Bell about the upcoming events
Sure.
and who's gonna be attending and all that. I see that we often say, yeah, I'll be in attendance, and then you don't show up. And so that leaves a huge table that's practically either vacant or has 1 or 2 people.
I see.
And we need to look at that as, and maybe look at all that list of events that we are sponsoring or the college is sponsoring, and eliminate some of those if nobody's gonna be showing up. We can certainly tweak it, but I think that we do have commitment to be at different events.
Does this board have a pretty close interaction with the foundation board?
Not directly, no.
We
don't know
attend
them.
the events,
Yeah.
but we don't really interact with
We
them.
should.
One thing that could be helpful to build support bilaterally is that periodically I've seen the foundation board and the college board have a dinner together and talk about what their strategies are for the upcoming year, and really share that so that both groups are really, where each group shares with the other group sort of what's on their plate, what's on their agenda, and the items that are coming to them. And the other thing that board members could be involved in and be aware of, I've seen what colleges have done is they create what I call the wedding registry. When someone's getting married, they register at Dillard's or Amazon or whatever, they put their list out there. You look at the list, you decide what item you like and what's the price range you like. Well, colleges can do some really creative things here. So for example, you get all of the body politic to create a wedding registry, mannequins for nursing, equipment for welding, scholarships for this area, deferred maintenance for some program operation. You create this whole menu. Then you get clearance at the state level with the state CPA, financial advisor, estate attorney groups, and you get certified training planned. You host a workshop for those people that usually pay $500 a year for their continuing ed. And you invite them, and they split into 3 groups, the estate attorneys, the financial advisors, and the CPAs. And you give them a whole morning full of qualified training. At lunch, you tell them there's no free lunch. So at lunch, you present them with the wedding registry, each one of them, because they influence clients all the time on how and where to give money. And that is something that they can share with their clients, and then you give them an afternoon worth of training. And you build a relationship with them too, because they end up helping direct funds toward the college. So, but that could be a cooperative venture between the board and the foundation board, for example. So that's just another idea, but I'm not sure that fits in where you want to go with board improvement for the year.
I think the ideas you mentioned on advocacy are good, that we can certainly be open to trying some of those. The deep dives, we kind of arrived at some of it a little bit during the time that we had a lot of construction going on, and then we changed that so that at every board meeting, Dr. Serrata selects who's gonna present to the board on some of the programs that we have going on and how effective they are. So that kind of generates an opportunity for us to learn about what's going on and also to ask questions or suggest improvements. So, preparation for the meetings, I think that, Dr. Serrata does a pretty good job following up to see if we have any questions on anything on the agenda or any concerns before the meetings. But I think we could do a little bit better in making sure that all the agendas are covered.
Like I read, or what do you mean?
Well, I mean, like, I read all night pretty good. I think if I have any questions, you could just call whomever you need to and try to get whatever information you get from there.
How far in advance do you get your board materials?
Normally, like, Sundays, Sundays, our meetings are on Wednesday, so what, like 4 or 5
We
days?
have 3
before?
days to
Yeah.
post, so
yeah.
we print out on Friday,
72-hour thing changed, yeah.
to 3 full days,
Yeah,
yeah, correct. So we try to send it, if the board meetings are on Wednesday, we send them out Friday to
Yeah,
Friday.
get their stuff.
Yeah, I think that's plenty of time for you, so.
Yeah, the board, when I have those meetings with our delegation, we have 3 board members that attend. We don't have a quorum, but we'll have 3 of the 7 board members, and we'll base it on who's available to be able to attend. We've held 2 so far. I have 3 more to go. We'll do one virtually with the state rep that's really from San Antonio, but represents a tiny part of El Paso. But we have 3 additional ones to go. We've met with Senator Blanco, Representative Bettis. We're scheduling with Dr. Gonzalez. We already have Representative Louis scheduled and then Ordaz scheduled. And again, 3 of the board members attend. We're attending here in the conference room. They'll break bread. I'll present where we are with our legislative agenda. And so the board has always been very involved in that. And during the legislative session, we traditionally hold a dinner for the board, with the board and the delegation in Austin, and just break bread with them and remind them once again what our legislative priorities are.
So what I've heard so far is you could do one session that keys off what Dr. Smith was saying about setting goals, and those could fall into financial, succession planning, student outcomes, and even advocacy. So, what are the goals that you might want in those 4 areas? And on the financial side, you may or may not be familiar with the Stockdale paradox. Admiral Stockdale was in Vietnam prisons for years, and he got out finally, but he was tortured, and he was Ross Perot's running mate, I think. And his paradox was the people who died were the ones who thought they were going to get out by Christmas, and they didn't. He said, I knew I was going to go through hell. It was going to be terrible. But I believed that ultimately in the end I would prevail. But I had to be ready for this terrible immediate future. Well, that's not always a bad attitude to take as it relates to state of Texas budget finances, So in what I'm seeing some colleges do is they're actually planning 4 and 5 years ahead on where they want to be and how can they create reserve funds large enough to somewhat wean themselves off reliance on state funding, so that when you have these zigzags in state funding, you just sort of yawn at it because you have a strong enough reserve balance that you can actually flow through it. So, realizing the past is the best predictor of the future, and the past has been uncertainty regarding funding for higher education. I think it's probably what the future is. And if you actually did financial succession planning, student outcomes, and advocacy, and that along with Senate Bill 37, that may be enough goals for the year that are accessible and reasonable. I've seen colleges that have 12, 13 items and they just can't get through them all. But are there other thoughts that you have that you think could improve the functioning of the board?
I've always found that, that getting together like this where we can either learn or dialogue with each other is beneficial, because we can explore new ideas or possibilities, and at the same time, any concerns, not necessarily complaints, just concerns that are we doing a good job in this area, can we do better?
And I think I like the idea of giving program updates at each board meeting. And I think there's another variation of that, which is you don't want to overdo it, but maybe 2 or 3 times a year, you do a half-day deep dive that could give 3 hours to one subject where you really can unpack it. And that could be budget, it could be changes in student success, artificial intelligence, who knows what it would be, So I think those are things that you can consider.
I think when we did one of those, we discussed cybersecurity, and then before we knew it, he had already put some wheels in motion about offering those classes here in the work community. That's been very welcome. So we're just very fortunate that we have a president that kind of tries real hard to stay ahead of the game in so many ways.
Yeah, he does. And I know you know this, and I'm not saying this to be gratuitous at all, as he is our host, but Dr. Serrata is well respected, not only in the state of Texas, but nationwide. And part of that respect is not just being knowledgeable about a lot of stuff going on. It's that El Paso has been sort of the model institution for student success initiatives. Back when early college high schools were being discussed, you guys already had several in place already. And in the early funding of the Gates Foundation, they were targeting El Paso as one of the colleges they wanted to fund and track because of the student makeup, not just the minority population, but the poverty, the status of the community, and how the college was transforming the institution. So you're in a good position.
Well, there's times when we go to conferences and colleges are recruiting him in front of our face.
But that's okay. Belle Whelan, who chaired SACS for years, I worked with her on accreditation, and she would always go into a private meeting with the board, and she would say to the board, what do you do for the care and feeding of the president? We're not talking just about salary and benefits and perks, but how do you sort of address the care and feeding of the president? And periodically having that discussion with him on what do you need, what can we as a board provide for you that we're not providing already that would feed into that care and feeding the president.
And I think we send that message to him every time that we do evaluations and we don't get anything back. We have to scrunch around figuring it out ourselves, because he just will not share it.
And aside from getting great information when we go to CAC conferences and ACCT conferences, that's another good, aside from getting a lot of great information and learning, it's another good reason to be there, to make sure we're right next to him and saying like, he's sitting here.
Yeah. Well, as someone who's done 15 presidential searches and 10 of those or so in Texas, I can tell you, people ask if he's available, and I usually tell them no. So,
Good.
But I do run it by him from time to time to see if he's interested.
So
We
you're-
do, now you bring it back to the subject area. So we do budget workshops, we've done, and we're pretty intense about those. And so, every year we have a special meeting with the board, we provide them where we are with the budget. Our VP of Finance goes through that, shares that with them. We've done 2 to date, we'll do another one, well, we're gonna have to consider a tax increase, and so we'll hold those as well. And Dr. Holder, thank you, because I took notes of the slides, we just need to add one more, which you're right, but those slides, we have them, and we'll be able to produce those and be able to defend it. I do like, you had mentioned, AI, and this is something I'm still grappling with and still trying to figure out. But on those deep dives, we do one on budget, we can look at one, and, just based on items that have been brought up, the board approves the college's strategic plan, and within the strategic plan, we have specific goals in there. And so, all of those are in there, and they're in our latest strategic plan, which
Which
goes-
includes the students.
goes from 25 to 29, and I will have Dr. Penley provide the board with an update on where we are with those goals. And that could be one of those workshops that we can hold. Because Penley, that's in her title.
Yeah.
Research, accreditation, and planning. So she's the one who would do that with us.
Just a couple thoughts ending. So Mike Metke was the former president of Tyler Junior College, and Mike was a colleague of Dr. Serrata's at South Texas Community College. And Mike is an avid biker and mountain climber, and even as we speak, he's up in the Northwest climbing mountains right now, posted on Facebook. He has used this before, but I think it's a great quote. You cannot stay in the summit forever, you gotta come down. So why in the first place? What is above knows what is below, but what is below does not know what is above. One climbs, one sees. One descends, one sees no longer, but one has seen. There's an art of conducting yourself in the lower regions by the memory of what you saw higher up. What one no longer can see, one can at least know. And so those mountaintop experiences, whatever they are valuable because they give you a framework for when you come back down in the valley and you know what things can be, The other quote I like, Robert Kennedy used this before he was assassinated. That was the George Bernard Shaw quote. Some men see things as they are and ask why. Others dream things that never were and ask why not. What are the things that, instead of just asking why, what have we not yet dreamed, for the institution? This is a T.S. Eliot quote from a number of his writings. We shall not cease from exploration. The end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. How many times have we felt like we've come around, in a spiral, and we're back where we started from, but it looks totally different now, very different than what it was. And then this was a sculpture at a art museum in Fort Worth. I just think that is the mission of the community colleges. We take these people who have been, tied up, encased, and we free them for many reasons, from economic, educational, academic disadvantage. And so it really is a higher power, a higher mission that influences a lot of what you do here. We can get sometimes mired down in the details of things like the budget, Senate Bill 37, and all those. But ultimately, from time to time, the board needs to regroup and gather and remind itself that it has a higher purpose, a much higher purpose. And the work you're doing is noble. And you didn't get paid any overtime for today.
What? They got their usual wage.
So,
Val had my check ready.
the only thing I was missing today, ACCT normally sends me, when they did not, part of it's they've had a change in personnel. Colleen Allen, who did the retreats for years, has retired, and Terry Jacques, who's new to the position. I don't think she knew to send this, but we do have a little one-page evaluation we like to fill out. And so
As soon as we get it.
we
we'll
do
send it.
best, we do best normally handing it out today, collecting it and having you guys transmit it back to ACCT. But once I get them, I'll get them to Dr. Serrata and he'll send those to you. It helps us. It's not a matter of just simply, oh, what a good boy am I. It's a matter of are there things we can do to improve the retreat process. And we welcome that feedback because, for all of its faults, accreditation pegs continuous improvement as a goal, and continuous improvement is a noble goal. You never really arrive, the goalposts keep moving. So I feel the same about these retreats, and I hope it met your needs today.
Absolutely, Dr. Holda, let me say a couple things. I want to remind the board and thank Belle and Leslie and our staff for putting everything together. They work really hard, they do a great job at it, so really appreciate all the good work. Mr. Ortega, thank you for joining us. It's really important for you to be with us. Dr. Holda I allowed him to introduce himself. Dr. Holda was a leader amongst the presidents as I began and was very gracious to me and was the kind of president who was willing to share and allow me to learn from him, and I'm really appreciative of that. He's come in, this is probably your third time with us.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I think this is your third time with us. He's always done a wonderful job, and we've been trying to schedule this since we were in New Orleans last year in October. We met with Dr. Holda there and said, okay, would this work? And the judge said, okay, I need you to start working with Dr. Holda. We were able to schedule it. Dr. Holda was under the weather, and thankfully he's doing much better, thank God. But we did essentially day 2 on day 1. And then we were able to get this scheduled for today. Again, 5 of you all have been here and sacrificed your time, which we certainly appreciate. The judge called this morning and got his calendar confusion worked out, but this is taped, so we can provide this to Judge Haggerty. Mrs. Moy let us know that this was a day that wasn't gonna work for her, but it worked for the other 6, so we went forward, but Mrs. Moy has access to this videotape as well. So Dr. Holda, thank you for sharing so much of what you've learned, not just as a president, not just working in higher ed for 40 plus years, but what you've done since, the kinds of experiences that you have with other colleges, the kinds of challenges that they're experiencing. We really appreciate it. We pick up and we learn so much from it. So we thank you for
My pleasure.
your time with us. Absolutely.
And that helped, the connection with you and Dr. Serrata helps a lot because often when things come our way and we don't know, we put it on him or what are the other colleges doing, and he's able to reach out to his people that he has his circle of trust to get ideas of what else is going on, so we appreciate your knowledge.
Yeah. So, and what's nice is, I was doing 2 searches in the spring, Kilgore and Galveston, and their boards were searching for models of where employment contracts had been modified for the president to meet where they're limited the buyout time now that occurred during the last session.
Right.
So they were looking for
The severance package.
severance package wording that, had to be changed in a number of,
Those golden parachutes that they call, yeah.
so, I don't know if rabbi trusts were prohibited or some of the other that weren't really parachutes, but there were rewards for staying a certain amount before you retired. But that was an example of where colleges were able to send examples of what they had done, and it helped other colleges create wording for their personnel handlers.
Goes a long way.
But it's good being with you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
very
very
much.
We stand adjourned and it's 3:19 p.m.
Excellent. Dr. Graham, I know you have to go with Mr. Graham.
It was to bring him a doctor.
Yes.
Everybody's just meeting.
with the administrative.
Yeah, with, yeah.
Perfect, perfect.
And you're a runner, huh?
I was, so that